utility perspective. And in this session, we have representatives from 3 major California IOUs, PG&E, SCE, SDG&E. Will share their updates and their implementation on the PEV submetering protocol, including progress made so far, remaining challenges, and their next steps. So let's begin with our first speaker from PG&E. However, I will invite the speakers from SCE and SDG&E also join us for the panel. Thank you. Yeah, we will answer the questions in the Q&A panel after the presenters from IOUs. Okay, we'll start with Ben from PG&E.
Hey everybody, my name is Ben Mothershead. I am the program lead at PG&E for the submetering program. I've been with PG&E for just under a year, and I'm excited to talk to you about our vision for submetering and how we think we can improve it and make it a tool for meaningful VGI in the future. Okay. So today I'm going to talk about where we're going, where we are now, and our vision for submetering, and some observations that we have about the current protocol and ways that it could be improved to make it work better for customers and utilities and MDMAs alike. At PG&E, we are all in on EVs. We see them as necessary for our decarbonization goals. And we aim to support 3 million EVs and 550 megawatts of flexible load by 2030. As part of that, we want to get EV charging right, and that means creating an enabling environment that can do so. So in that same vein, we want to aid our decarbonization efforts and our climate change mitigation efforts, which are really one and the same, by increasing our resiliency, reducing rates via load flexibility, and increasing utilization. And those are all things that EVs can do. It's already happening too. We see there's studies out there that have shown that EVs have contributed $2.2 billion more than their associated costs in the past 10 years. So that's really driving down rates. And we see submetering as a component of continuing that work. It can help lay the technological groundwork for managed charging and grid services, and eventually like a V2G future. Okay, so today we are in a good place. Our implementation plan directed us to have a fully automated billing system ready by the end of 2024. Unfortunately, that was sidelined by our C2M, also known as our Billing System Modernization Initiative, which set that back. But in the interim, we have implemented a partial automation solution which is actively being built, and we will have it ready by the middle of this year. And that will enable us to serve more customers at a lower cost per customer, and to do so in a more scalable way. So again, that's actively being built. And we have also approved 2 MDMAs, Grid Tractor and Applied Systems Engineering, also known as ASE. And they are intended to serve commercial customers. We have a couple customers in the pipeline, but due to constraints construction delays and just getting equipment. They're not fully onboarded yet, but that should happen in the next few months. So where we want to go with submetering is we really see it as a tool within a broader VGI portfolio. And that's based on the success of the submetering pilots that, we saw and worked with the CPUC on. It's been shown that submetering can, provide really important grid services like load shifting, while at the same time leading to high customer satisfaction scores. The pilots were not explicitly focused on that, but they still achieved really meaningful results in that 46% of customers load shifted, again, without real impetus to do so other than being on a time of use rate. And at the same time, was cited a 91% customer satisfaction score at the end of the pilot. So they were happy, and without, mailers or additional prodding, actually load shifted on their own. So we want to get to a future where that can happen more meaningfully and across the portfolio of EVs that we intend to serve as adoption grows. And we see a future where distributed storage includes EVs and where managed charging is part of that. And it's a seamless experience for customers that provides services to the grid and value to everybody. So we think it's worthwhile to refine the goals of submetering, not just to be as a tool for separate billing, where you can have separate billing for your home and your EV, but really as an enabling technology for load shifting, for deeper VGI, and for a better customer experience. So in our implementation so far, we have noticed a few we've noticed a few things about the current protocol and just some pain points that we think could be addressed. And we're still trying to understand exactly how those should be addressed, but we have some hypotheses, some ideas that we'd like to raise to everyone here, and work with the CPUC, the MDMAs, the other IOUs to make a case for these recommendations and investigate them and hopefully come to an outcome that is a little more refined than the current protocol. So first, we've noticed that we haven't had a ton of engagement from potential MDMAs. And from some inquiries that we've had, we've heard about, lack of certainty over the customer base, high costs, especially related to startup, given that this is not, the protocol that we have here in California is not standardized across the country. So, if they create data integrations and all the necessary technological infrastructure to implement the protocol here, it's not necessarily going to match across every state that they might want to operate in. And so that increases costs. And further, we've heard from some MDMAs, especially including some that we've approved, that the cost to serve residential customers they see as quite high, including both the startup costs of hardware and just the ongoing costs that they would have to charge in order to serve those customers. So those are potential barriers to entry for MDMAs that we think are worth exploring. Further, we've seen that the protocol, as I mentioned, there are really high upfront costs. The Nexent report, phase 2 pilot, mentioned anywhere in the range from $1,500 almost to $3,000. That was in 2018. And that's for, metering hardware, whether it's a standalone charger with an integrated meter or a standalone meter with a separate charger. So just off the bat, especially in a residential environment, that's a pretty high cost to get what may not amount to, under the current rates, a lot of savings. And so we think that there are opportunities for the submetering protocol to become more flexible to emerging technologies, including smart circuit breakers, potentially telematics, CT clamps, things like that, that can allow for metering, but at a much lower cost than it takes to, send a truck out, install a meter, and maintain it over the life of the meter. We've actually talked with some smart circuit breaker manufacturers. Eaton, for instance, has a new solution that they're aiming for the retail price to be about $120. It's literally just a circuit breaker that you pop into the panel, and it can stream energy data at a revenue grade accuracy. And so, I mean, that's almost something that a homeowner could do themselves. So there are technologies out there that could help us achieve these goals, potentially at a much lower cost. And we just want to make sure that the protocol is open to those, because, nothing is certain in this space right now. And it, as the leader in the country, especially given the regulatory environment at the federal level, it's important that California be open to the possibilities that are out there. So kind of in the same vein as the limited MDMA interest, we have noticed that customer participation is predicated on there being an MDMA present. So, we can have everything ready to be able to bill customers, which we do. But if there's not an MDMA who, wants to serve those customers, especially on the residential side, they can't enroll. So if they don't have a pathway to enrollment, we don't really have, other than, customers who might email and say, hey, I'm interested. We don't have a way to really gauge interest or to serve those customers. And so that's, it's just kind of a chicken and the egg problem where MDMAs aren't necessarily going to want to sign up if they don't know, how much enrollment they're going to get. And there's not really a way for customers to indicate that. So additionally, based on the pilot and just kind of, basic economic logic, we have noticed that customers want bill savings. If they're going to, take the time to enroll in this program, and, the current process is a decent amount of paperwork. The pilots, especially customers, cited bill savings as the #1 driver for their satisfaction. And so if there are ways that we can reduce the upfront costs and the, I'm not suggesting create rates for submetering, but if there are ways that we can, use submetering and the value created by load shifting, by, having more vehicles under management where we can, reduce, costs that we deal with every day, like, timer peaks that cause transformer degradation and accelerated depreciation. That is the type of thing that might be worthwhile to see if we can pass some of those savings on for customers in exchange for having their vehicles under management. So we just want to make sure that it's clear that customers, need some incentive in order to participate. And we don't think it's fair to say that this program is so troubled without knowing that there is a structure in place to help customers join. And then finally, and especially on the commercial side, we've already seen that customers like electrical wiring and just their overall metering needs are really varied. We had one customer that's in the process where they actually had to use 5 times the number of meters that they wanted to use just based on the not being able to use a certain type of meter. But it would have been easier to use like a CT clamp style that could have a single meter that metered all 5 circuits. But that increased their cost, exponentially in a way that this particular customer, they're a commercial customer, it's not as big of a deal for them, and they're still going to save money, but we want to make sure that we're creating opportunities at every turn for customers to save and for this to be a streamlined process for, both financially and operationally. So we think that's worth investigating, alternative metering options and making sure that we can meet the needs of all our customers. And with that, we want like 15 minutes for questions, right?
Thank you so much, Ben.
Sure.
It was a lot of good things that I learned from your presentation, and thanks for accepting being our first presenters. We will have the Q&A panel probably after all the 3 presentations, and we will let participants both virtually and in person ask their questions, and if they have any comments. Fortunately, we have enough time. We are a little bit ahead of our schedule. Thank you again, Ben. And we'll move to the next presenter that we have, Aaron from SCE.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? Great. So, hi. Let me go ahead. So I'm Aaron Dyer. I lead the Program Design and Development team in Southern California Edison's Customer Solutions Group. So we're the team that's basically responsible for filing for new customer programs and getting them over the finish line to hand them over to an operations team. And for those of you that are also attending tomorrow's BGI forum, I apologize, you have to listen to me again tomorrow as well. So I think I'm going to hear probably some similar things, but from our perspective, as to what Ben here at PG&E said. And just for some context, we have just over 700,000, I think, EVs, currently that we know of in our service area. About 50 to 55% of those are on our dedicated EV TOU rate already, and so we see, a lot of compliance with the TOU already, kind of just on a standalone basis. And so I think that kind of informs maybe some of the perspective that we have. Where are we at today, right? Kind of current status, and a lot of this Shiva covered in the intro, so thank you for that. You made this part shorter for us. We do have, kind of an equipment submeter approved APL that the other utilities are relying upon. I think it's been a process that's worked fairly well with our charge-ready programs and kind of, being the APL of record for these, but very similar. It has both, standalone and embedded submeters for the EVSEs on that list. Not that it's a straightforward necessarily process to get on there, but it is a process established for getting these EVSEs approved, that we've been using for our charging programs to date. So it works, and you can just kind of go to the APL website there and, get your equipment registered if it's not already on there. We have been, getting MDMAs qualified. I think we have 1 fully active currently, Grid Tractor. We have 2 that are in the pipeline. And I'll talk a little bit later about some of admittedly some of the challenges that we've had in getting those MDMA applications through. But just kind of thinking about the fact that we've got 3, since the resolution, kind of right before the resolution went out, we reached out to about 40 or so potential MDMA candidates that had been identified previously, kind of let them know this was coming after the resolution was issued. And then once the program was active, we kept reaching out to these MDMAs, potential MDMAs plus some additional. So all in all, somewhere between 40 and 50, folks that we've reached out to. Out of that, we've received 7 requests for MDMA applications, none of which I don't believe are any of the MDMAs that participated in any of the pilots. And of those 7, only 3 have gone through and actually applied. So it's not. So I say we've had some questions like, hey, are folks dropping out? I think it's really just, echoing what Ben said, the kind of low engagement from the MDMAs, not really that they've tried and failed to go through the process. At least the way I've understand what's come back to us, we just haven't had a lot of applications, even though we've kind of tried to reach out to folks that we thought would have been active interest participants. Customer enrollments, again, approved MDMAs are responsible for completing, customer applications. So kind of as Ben said, so the customer, participation is predicated upon the MDMAs as well. And you'll see kind of a common theme here that I think we'll talk about, as well as ways that we can maybe improve this or some thoughts for it, is that between the customer enrollment and the customer interest, there's really an intersection that has to happen, right, between how do the costs that the MDA must bear to provide the service get borne out and recovered through their interaction with the customer, and how do the savings that the customer gets from participating in submetering, outweigh the cost that they're going to incur to get this service. And I think if we don't have an intersection of those two value propositions, we're probably in the position where we are today, where there's sort of low interest from maybe both sides, at least from our perspective. And I think one of the things that's challenging for us as a utility in terms of outreaching to our customers and make them aware that this is an option is, to Ben's point, customers are interested in bill savings. We're kind of blind to what the costs are going to be from both the meter side and the MDMA side, because it depends on both equipment and the individual services provided by the MDMA. So it makes it difficult to go to a customer as the utility and say, hey, sign up for this, you will save X per month. That conversation really has to happen between the customer and the MDMA, because we don't really have full visibility into what the MDMAs are going to charge for this. Menu billing process, we have established that, although we did just receive the extension to kind of implement the fully automated billing system. Thank you for approving that. And I think mainly the reason we're still in the manual process and moving into the hybrid process is because, having had no customer applications to date, we really want to make sure we don't spend a lot of money building up a system that we know is going to have probably some bumps in it before we actually, get a few customers in the pipeline, work through it manually, and then kind of work those processes out. We have it mapped out theoretically, but want to kind of make sure it works the way that we expect it to before we fully automate it and implement that billing solution. Got to make sure I click both this and here where my notes are, so I don't get both of them. Again, I think Shiva did a pretty good job kind of summarizing our state. A lot of these steps happened pretty quickly within the first 6 months or so after the resolution was issued. So kind of, we had a pretty aggressive timeline there. And then the end date for the hybrid automated billing solution was supposed to be December 2025. Again, we've just received approval on the 9th of this month to kind of get an extension of that deadline till 2026. And again, as I said, we plan to further, implement that as we get there. We did complete the updates to our billing system to kind of make it available for hybrid billing, but the fully automated move is going to happen, later, thanks to the extension. And again, wanting to make sure that we are, fully kind of work the bugs out before we go down that process. The reason we, and again, kind of looking at what this looks like is, this is the budget that was approved as part of the project. So, we've, been spending towards sort of the approval process, project management, the manual billing, and then the hybrid billing setup, and also application processing and training. We have done some training with our billing folks. We'll probably have to retrain them a little bit. I think we've had some turnover in that department, but we do have a very detailed training process and very detailed map. So it's a pretty straightforward kind of handover. Here's how you do this. A lot of things that haven't been, spent yet, and I guess the reason why we were trying to be, hesitant about that are those costs for the fully automated line. So that's sort of, $5.2 million there in the kind of the bottom for full automation. So that's kind of our residency for spending that to date until we have, fully kind of the systems worked out, because that is a big chunk of the approved spending for this. Again, trying to be a little bit diligent with there, but we've been tracking towards this, getting the other stuff set up so that once we get more customer interest, we can kind of turn that on and really get this going in full force. Option marking. So what have we been doing? We've created a public available fact sheet. We've also contacted interested customers. So again, we actually had some, contact from customers prior to the launch of the submetering program. I think it was fewer than 10 customers contacted us directly, but we did once we had the program up and running, and once we had the first MDMA approved, we reached out to those customers directly and said, hey, if you want to, sign up for this, contact this MDMA directly. You'll have to work out, the details with them. Still have not seen any customer applications come through that. I think there's been some interest from MDMAs in this program because of some companion grants that are available in the state. There's sort of there are some opportunities to get their customers or their sort of grant partners involved in participating. That's kind of, one thing that we've heard is that maybe not necessarily an alignment between the customers that were interested and the customers that these MDMAs were looking to onboard as far as their participation. We've also have been trying to get more MDMAs active and recruited. We've reached out to the VSPs as part of our charge ready programs to see if they'd be interested in doing the MDMA service. However, one thing that should note is that, just because the network service providers in Charge Ready could be, useful and good candidates for this doesn't mean that their participation in Charge Ready is kind of a good alignment. SC's Charge Ready program, which is also similar to a lot of the, I forget the name of your program, I'm sorry, Ben and James, but the similar infrastructure programs that you have for deploying, power your drive. A lot of those programs already require separate metering and EV rates on them already, so it's not that it's really like a perfect candidate for submetering, unless, of course, you're going down maybe the multifamily route, which was, I think referred to in the pilot phase as the MCOR, the multiple customers of record potential, but that was never tested there in the in the pilot. So like there's probably something to, work through there, but we just never had any data on how that would work. And so it's a little bit less clear on like what we need to do, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But just as a good reminder, a lot of the utility programs out there that are today actively pushing, both commercial and multifamily charging infrastructure are already separately metered. And even like the Rule 29 and Rule 45 programs that are out there for just dedicated infrastructure without the behind the meter side are also separately metered. So it's like that's already going to have an EV rate associated with it. So yeah, I think this will be a good slide to kind of spend some more time on kind of, challenges and barriers that we've seen. I mean, obviously you've heard this from both us and PG&E here is, sort of low customer demand and participation, whether that's, from kind of the requirements side of this, purchasing and installing IOU, approved submeters, and, the MDA relationship. I think some of the technologies that Ben mentioned, the cheaper, current clamps or the little like, smart panel, devices that can go in there, really great opportunities. I know one of the topics later for today is telematics. I think it's probably something that, sort of lends itself because a lot of advances have been made here. Thinking SE, for example, we've been thinking about this, and I think there is some value we do in maybe the, the multifamily complex owners that have common parking want to bill it back to their individual use case. There's also some possibility that smaller commercial customers, that have maybe like one or two EVs, that really don't want to have that EV on a separate service. They have some extra capacity in their facility, but want to maybe even use their EV to maybe offset their site loads with, B2 building, vehicle to building, don't want to go through a separate meter route that the current infrastructure programs provide. But those really aren't the early adopters that are getting vehicles right now. So there may just be kind of a temporal mismatch between the commercial customers that might benefit from this and the commercial customers that are actually getting EVs today, which are typically at the larger fleets that are going to just have so much charging need that they're going to go a separate dedicated service route anyway, because they're going to have, several hundred kilowatts of charging on their premise. Also, thinking about some of the deltas in the EV rates, I mentioned that for the dedicated, like single family home, like residential EV driver, which is about 70% of our customer base in our service area, about 70-75% of our customers live in single family homes. The SCE EV specific rate, TUD prime, was really set up as an electrification rate. So you could have an EV, you could have a water heater or electric heat pump water heater, or I think an electric range. And so the way it's configured, it kind of benefits the whole home to be on that rate. And so even though those customers are on that rate, there's not a huge delta between like TOUD like 4 to 9 and then the TOUD prime rate. So if you're going from a tiered rate, I think there's a bigger delta, but between the TOU rates specifically, it's pretty minimal between the off-peak and the on-peak, and such that you actually benefit like your rest of your home from that. So there could be some smaller deltas there. Kind of what maybe kind of the summary of this kind of just thinking out loud here is that this is more of a, I think maybe we don't have the right customers at the right time yet that would be interested, or we're sort of like out ahead of our skis on this a little bit. Also, I think with some of the technology and systems that we might want to deploy, thinking what Ben said about, kind of the triangulation of cost, like if you could, find ways to, get some of the cost down on the upfront side, but also think some of the communication side. I mean, going back to that, and I'll kind of, sorry, hit the microphone there. Thinking about that multiple customer of record and the multifamily process, like if you have shared parking and sort of shared charging stations, this whole like dedicated sub-meter per customer doesn't really work very well, because it's not a meter per customer, it's a car per customer. And so that sort of lends itself towards some kind of like telematic handshake between the vehicle and the network. And so like, since we never have tested that, both in the pilots, or to date, and we haven't actually then also done the second part of that, which is the multiple customers of record behind the same sub-meter, we've got a lot to kind of figure out there that I think maybe there's some value to kind of doing some further research on how could we improve this, how could we pilot that and figure out that actually makes a lot of sense. I will say in this middle bullet, the MDMA approval process, we could improve this. Mea culpa on ours, we have hit some snags there. A lot of that really is due to the infrequency of this happening. Instead of only having 3 MDMAs apply, what happens is, and this is an internal, processing thing that happens inside, at least inside an SCE, and it may happen in other utilities, is that this kind of gets put into a pool of projects that IT will pull from as it gets prioritized. And what that means is that we're kind of reteaching the IT specialists and the IT project managers every time they go through this process, because the different working group, there's not a dedicated vertical in our IT system for integrating MDMAs with our billing system. So we're having to kind of relearn that every time. If we had more of these, I think that would get streamlined. If there was like a dedicated window that we were going to get applicants in, but that's been kind of a challenge that we've struggled with. And so apologies to the 3 MDMAs that have gone through our process here for some of the internal delays we've had with that. But trying to improve it, but again, it's a little challenging when we're kind of reteaching the team every time. And so going forward, and I think I'll be done here. I think I might have 15 minutes. Yeah, how can we, I think, yeah, we need to figure out ways to strengthen our manual billing support, like just to make sure that this is, we can get this onboarded again when it goes up. I also think that we need to look at ways to kind of understand what the root causes are of low customer interest and low MDMA interest. I wonder if there's even like some desktop studies that could be done to kind of determine like how different rates might need to be, like between like EV rates and non-EV rates, to kind of make the value proposition spread look right. But a lot of this could be done, really in kind of say, here's what things need to look like, here's what costs need to be, and like do those lines intersect, and then we can see like what solutions we need to be in place to make this, because we do think there are some viable use cases for this. So the low port count commercial customers, multifamily with shared parking, they want to like bill directly to the customers. Folks that want to use their EVs for VGI instead of commercial aspect, where the current programs don't really quite do that for them. But again, just due to the lack of like interest, higher costs and sort of the perceived barriers here, that hasn't really materialized yet. So that's kind of where we're seeing this right now. I think that's us. I will. Oh shoot! Hopefully we have our appendix slides in here. I'll skip through these. Whoops. There we go.
Thank you so much, Aaron. It was a great presentation. A lot of points that we learned. I just want to revise a point that in the presentations from CPUC, we expressed that PG&E has no MDMAs approved so far. But we just learned that they have approved 2 MDMAs, Grid Tractor and ASE. So please have this in mind for your question if you wanted to ask anything from about this. So we'll move to the next presenters, SCG&E.
Good morning. Can everyone hear me? So I'm James McCloskey. I'm a senior project manager in the Clean Transportation Department at San Diego Gas and Electric. I've been working. Don't you move closer? Yeah. I've been working on submetering since 2016. So we had the phase 2 pilot, and I helped build the billing implementation for that. So we didn't have MCOR in that pilot. We've heard Ben and Aaron talk about the Nexent report, which was the summary of that pilot. I think we had about 50 customers or so, residential, and I built the subtractive billing solution. So from a technical perspective, I'm the right person to answer questions and talk about how things work. So we'll start with our milestones. Although I just fast forwarded, we sent 2 slide decks, Shiva. Is the second one in here as well? Or is it just the rates? So there is a second slide deck. This was rates one for Shiva to help with the slides, but we'll go quickly through. We have some non-residential rate plans, some EV residential rate plans, commercial rate plans, bill samples. Okay, so our slides are not in here, but that's okay. We will figure that out quickly. I have them on my laptop. Am I able to plug in? Yeah, is there a way to do that? Do I have to call into the meeting? Or?
Yeah, IT will help you to share your slide. Sorry for that.
Yeah. Yeah. I can be. just needs to. Sure. Where is the invite for the meeting?
He needs to join the webinar.
Yeah.
So that you can pick it on panel. Yeah, sure. I will send you.
Thanks, everyone, for being patient. There were, well, whatever. Yeah, if anyone emails me the invite, I can hop in and share my screen.
Fortunately, we are ahead of the plan, so no worries for the time.
Okay, okay. Perfect. I'm logging into the meeting now. Yeah. All right, I think I'm in. And now if I share my screen. Okay, perfect. Share screen. All right, these are going. Hooray, okay, we're here. So, yeah, I'm James. Here's our milestones. So we'll start off with the schedule. Chief did a great job summarizing the schedule, but the main thing to look at is that box on the far right, April 2025. We've completed our implementation. So we started in July 2023. We've built out our billing system to accept the MDMA data, the third-party meter data, to be able to be used in the subtractive billing arrangement for both S-Core and M-Core scenarios. We've also built out our enrollment process, and we have all the documentation ready for partnering with MDMAs. So with our timeline, we followed the timeline. The project came in on schedule. In terms of the budget, we're slightly under budget for now. We didn't end up spending money on the manual billing, and we've also not spent a whole lot of the marketing dollars, largely because on the manual billing side, we haven't had any MDMA participants, and we haven't had a need to do any manual billing because we don't have any customers that have enrolled yet. On the MENO side, it's hard to market a program. We've done some materials, which you'll see shortly, but it's hard to market a program without vendor partners or MDMA partners. So the idea is when we have partners, we can then kind of more tailor to what they're offering or capable of offering. The billing system upgrades that we had outlined in the advice letter were, I'll just go through the checklist. So an EVSP MDMA onboarding and verification process, we have that. So if any of you are interested MDMAs and participating in a submetering billing solution that works today on our side, What just happened? The slides reset. There we go. We're back. We're ready for you. You can email evsubmetering@scg.com or reach out to me, jmccloskey@scg.com, and we'll get you set up. We'll send you some vendor requirements documents. The secure data integration process for the MDMAs to send enrollment and unenrollment information, we have that working. The enrollment, the interface for receiving the data and processing it and enrolling the customer, setting up the accounts so that the billing can happen, as well as the secure data integration process for the customer usage data. So this is the energy kWh data from the chargers, or in this case, the meters potentially in the chargers. The process to validate and ingest customer unenrollment data, right? So that was, we have that all automated. A subtractive billing calculation process to support both billing customers' EV charging and their non-EV charging load. So we can subtract the third-party data from the house meter data that we have. The changes to the customer's bill to accurately present the charges for both the customer's EV charging and their non-EV charging. We built that. So you can receive, if you're a customer on this, you can receive your bill. Updates to our cloud for customer system to identify the customer participating in submetering for internal SCG and customer contact center employees, allowing them to better serve the customer to respond to inquiries. So if people have questions, they can call in, they can get responses. We've put together training materials for our contact center. The My Energy Center, which allows customers to self-serve and view their bills online, that has been updated as well. Our reporting systems to capture and display submetering data so that we're tracking who's able to enroll or who has enrolled. And then our data is accurately being stored and displayed within our systems so that we know how to track everyone who's participating. So that's what we had scoped. We did all of that. So we were on schedule, on budget, and accomplished all the scope that we set out to accomplish, which is a great position to be in. And now we're ready for MDMA partners. In terms of an IT project update, like I was saying, our billing system is set up and in alignment with the approved implementation plan. If we need future enhancements, we'll prioritize those as needed. You know, because we don't have any partner, it would have been nice to have MDMAs during the build out, right? So that we could iron out kinks while the project was running. Now the project is completed. If there are anything that is, or if anything pops up that's identified that needs enhancements, it gets prioritized along with the rest of the enhancements that we have as part of our billing system, which is usually based on customer volume is one of the mechanisms or metrics. But yeah, there could be enhancements maybe for the automated customer enrollment or the data transfer process. But we'll see once we get it fully integrated with a vendor, we'll have better ideas on what future work might be needed. As far as milestones go, we've once again hit all of our program implementation milestones. The customer scalability was a big question that was raised. So are we able to handle a bunch of enrollments? Yes, because enrollments are automated for single customer record scenarios. The MCore scenario is still manual, and that's because of how we've designed having multiple customers being subtracted, their energy usage being subtracted from one meter. Setting up that relationship is a little bit tricky. So it requires a little bit of hand-holding between us and whichever MDMA is setting up sending the enrollment data. And then on the billing, that being said, the data format for the MCore enrollment data is the same as the SCore data format. It's just how we process it is a little bit different. On the billing side, assuming that all of the enrollments, whether it's SCore or MCore, are established correctly, the bills will be produced automatically. There's no having hand-holding or touching to make the bills go out the door, which is a great position to be in. The one thing to mention, we have a little note here at the bottom. So there's no utility managed physical validation process for third-party meters. So we're not planning on inspecting customer-owned meters. And if we were theorizing as we were building, if there was an incorrect customer enrollment, so the wrong information is sent, the wrong submeter account is set up, then just cautioning that could impact billing accuracy, right? So we're really dependent on the MDMAs to provide the correct information to make sure the right person gets the right bill. The outreach and marketing, so the customer awareness efforts, So with no, like I said earlier, with no MDMA vendors enrolled or participating, we have a web page and an informational fact sheet to give information to customers. But like Aaron was saying at SCE, we largely, we've had probably a dozen or so customers reach out saying, hey, I think submetering would be a great fit. And we've said, we think that this is a good opportunity for you, but really you need to get your vendor to come partner with us. So direct them to us, and we're more than happy to set up the data integration with them so that you can get enrolled and work things out. And unfortunately, all of those handful of customers that have directly reached out, their MDMAs have not completed any integration, so we don't have any partners yet. Some MDMAs have reached out, a small handful, I would say about 4, and no one has completed the process, right? When we send over the requirements of here's how you need to format your data, it doesn't always, each MDMA determines is this the right business case for them? Is this something they wish to pursue? Is our market, San Diego Gas and Electric's market, large enough for their interest? As far as addressing customer demand goes, yeah, like I said, the customers are interested in submetering, but without the MDMAs, it's hard to get them enrolled and set up so they can get this attractive billing arrangements. We did put some content together, like I said, so we have a web page and a fact sheet, and you can visit sdg.com/loveelectric for more information. When we do get an MDMA partner, their information will be included. And we currently are redirecting to SCE's APL. So as Aaron was saying, there's the APL process for getting the hardware on that APL. And in general, all 3 IOUs are using SCE's APL process. So if you're an MDMA in the audience, step 1 is get your hardware on the APL. And then once your hardware is on the APL, you can reach out to me and we'll start the MDMA integration, the data integration process, which we go through some testing and make sure everything's set up. One thing to mention, so we've heard previously about the MCOR scenario, the multiple customers of record. See, multiple spelled wrong, sorry. And the MCOR scenario is kind of tough because we didn't do it in the pilots. We ended up developing a billing solution that can accommodate after they're all enrolled. It's just we encountered challenges that we did not know, like we were in uncharted territory. So one of the areas to highlight is inheriting discounts, right? So if someone on the main meter has a discount, does that mean that if customer A has a discount, does customer B inherit that discount? And how do we handle that type of scenario? Same thing with mostly related to like delinquent bills or non-payments that could result in shutoffs, right? If the main meter person stops paying their bill and they're in, let's say, bad standing, and all the MCOR customers are in good standing, they're paying their bill, because they're downstream of that upstream meter, and if it results in a shutoff, everyone loses their ability to charge because your landlord or whomever doesn't pay their bill, right? And that's an unfortunate situation to be in. And it's just kind of a challenge that is inherent in the MCOR relationship, is that even though you did everything right as a customer, if you're in as someone using the charger, there still could be something else that happens unrelated to you that results in you losing the ability to receive energy on your charger. So aside from that, the last thing to really talk about is the MDMA participation. Again, when in the anecdotal conversations that I've been having with MDMAs, it sounds like they need to have internal support and a strong internal business case to justify their investment, right? They have to set up these data integrations. They have to find the customers in partnership with us. And when we've done analysis at SDG&E at least, we've seen that in the residential use case, like at SCOR scenarios, that people, as Aaron alluded to this, and I think Ben may have as well, that the cost savings isn't necessarily strong for the residential scenario, meaning that if you're on like a tiered rate like DR, or domestic residential rate, you can save money switching to a time of use rate. But once you're on a time of use rate, generally the savings of going submetering in a residential scenario just aren't there. And actually our whole house EV time of use rates, like EBTOU5, do result in more savings over our submetering scenario. And the other slide deck that was originally up has some billing analysis comparisons, which if we have time, I'm happy to jump to. That being said, in the commercial scenario, we do see cost savings. So we likely will, at least how things are panning out, the majority of submetering customer participation are probably going to be commercial scenarios, just because those end-use customers are likely to save a good amount of money going on our EVHP rate when that is subtracted from their main commercial rate, like ALTOU. One thing to mention is we have not had device certification challenges. As far as SCG is concerned, the device is kind of a black box. Once it goes through SCE's APL process and it's certified that that device is a valid submeter, we don't look at it, we don't inspect it, we don't touch it. It exists somewhere, but really what matters is that we receive the data associated with the right account or the right customer. And yeah, the process of bringing on MDMAs has been slow. Happy to meet with any of you once again. So with that, I think that is the end of my slides, and thank you for your time.
Awesome, thank you much, and thank you so much, James. And great progress from SDG&E. So we can start the Q&A session for people in the room. You can come here at the podium, and please feel free to ask your questions. For people who are participating virtually, please just write down your questions in the chat box. One of our colleagues here will read your questions aloud, and you can ask your questions from the first panel, from the introduction panel, and from the three presentations that we just had from IAUs.
Good morning, I'm John Holmes with Honda, and thank you all for being here, and I appreciate the process that's been available here to discuss these important matters. In general, my question is related to MDMA. As we have seen in the submetering decisions, there are 4 options for metering, MDMA being the one that Honda is most interested in by integrating meters into chargers. The challenge we face, though, is in a possible business case for MDMAs to exist and a mechanism that did not get developed within the submetering decision to enable a positive business case to be rationalized. I'd like to hear perspectives from the panelists on what options might exist to be able to amend the decision that would support an MDMA livelihood, because right now I think the business cases are really challenging.
So just to clarify your question, can you hear me? Just to clarify your question, you're saying that the business case is tough right now as you see it, and you want to understand what we think could be ways to improve the protocol and make it easier for MDMAs to kind of make the case to themselves. Well, I think from what we've heard and from just kind of our analysis of the protocol, one thing in particular that comes to mind is the cost of the meters and metering themselves. If customers aren't necessarily going to save a lot of money at least on the residential side, and they're having to install a meter or a metering device that could run into the thousands of dollars, that's cost prohibitive right off the bat. So I imagine that that's something that you would consider when making your business case. I think there's also a lot of openness, or the financial structure of how MDMAs are compensated for their services and who owns the meter itself is a bit up in the air, at least right now. So at least in the current protocol, utilities cannot own the metering device. And we don't really own the data either. We're really receiving it from the MDMA. But in practice, what that means is that MDMAs have latitude to charge customers, and they could charge like a per kilowatt hour fee or an upfront cost, or they could say, hey, customer, you need to buy the meter yourself, and then we're going to charge you a monthly services fee. That's kind of outside of our purview, but I think that in building that business case, I imagine that for MDMAs, if they're having to also build in, the cost of a meter, because it has to be paid for in some way, whether it's the customer buying it or paying it off in a monthly, some sort of monthly payment basis. That's a big deal. Do you guys have any?
Maybe just one point of clarification.
Yeah.
Fourth option, where the meter would be integrated into the truck.
Oh, yeah. What's your question about that?
Processes by which the MDMA could realize a profit, even if they don't have to supply.
Yeah.
Just as a clarification, do you mean like they just use pre-approved certifications devices like the ones that SCE can provide? Okay.
Yeah, and John, thanks for that. To kind of clarify, I think that a variant of sort of the current embedded meter inside the EVSE, or sort of a lower or a different embedded metrology system than what's currently being approved. And again, I think that's something that's worth considering. I mean, pragmatically, what that probably means is, we probably need to have another ruling or something to kind of look into this further, and it'd be great to have the MDMAs participate in that, because as Ben was alluding to, we can see kind of part of this equation, but like what the internal cost structure is that you have to live with, we're kind of blind to. Mm-hmm. And what was present in the pilot was sort of a fixed charge payment to the MDMAs. Admittedly, that was probably to see how it could function. Now we're at the point where it's like, well, hey, we know it works. Now let's like litigate what those costs should be. And what that may do is just kind of thinking down the line, if some sort of like structure is set up that everyone kind of agrees is sort of fair and equitable that works, that probably rules out some folks from participating because it's below their cost thresholds. But then it makes everybody else that can meet that kind of able to participate openly and know who it is. And so I think that's sort of help that we need on. Something I alluded to as well. I think I don't know if you joined in or not at that point. We may need to also kind of use that same investigatory process to think about like what should, if we want to have separately metered rates for specific devices, like that disparity look like from like a standard meter rate to begin with, because as both James and I said, our residential EV rates are actually beneficial for the whole home. Kind of speaking personal experience as well, like that actually helps me because like there's a significant reduction for the whole home meter on the off-peak hours. That kind of helps my net bill generally. What would that need to look like on that side to kind of like make the customer value also be able to like make the onboarding MDMA worthwhile in their business? And I think doing both of those also for the MDMA perspective probably helps you narrow down which customers you would go after, because like, hey, if it's like everyone under the sun, that's a really expensive business proposition for you to track them down. But if hey, it's these types of customers, these types of vehicles, these types of structures, then it's like, okay, well then we know we're only marketing to a third of the people we thought. That lowers our cost. And so I think those kind of help, narrow the focus down.
Thank you very much. Just a point that I want to make it clear, in the discussion panel also, we have a separate panel. We have a separate section just for MDMA, and I pointed out different sections like cybersecurity, for pre-approval of the devices, for any problem or challenges or any opportunities that they are in the MDMA. Also, you can just see it in detail and ask your question in more detail again if anything is not responded already to your question. But I'm happy here to also to assist. We can move on to the next questions from virtual people or in person.
We're going to switch on and off virtual and in person. And for the people in the field in person, if you can just stay up and just ask follow-up questions in the mic so people Yeah, completely understand. I would do the same thing. So I have a question from Peter Ambil from SMUD. I'm sorry if I'm not getting your last name right. So for the utilities, what is the specific architecture or the protocol required in California that makes it inflexible for applications in other parts of the country? I think this is something that PG&E touched on with the national versus statewide standards that California may have created, which we were trying to avoid. But if there is anything you can point to, it will be helpful to identify so we're aligning with the national standards.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that the point is that there are no national standards, but that we do kind of, on the one hand, California has been a leader and can help create those standards or kind of like move industries towards reaching kind of a coalescence there. But on the other hand, we just by virtue of the fact that you have 50 states, 3,000-ish utilities, 170 IOUs, we kind of run the risk of having a patchwork scenario in which, you know, the regulatory environment and the requirements in California are different than Maryland, for example. I used to work at Energy Hub, and actually we launched a program for some Maryland utilities, and the Public Utilities Commission there actually was running the utilities were running a incentive-based managed charging program, but as part of that, they were actually like metering the EVs using telematics. And the Public Utilities Commission basically said, hey, we don't quite have the ability, we know that there's not the ability to get like revenue grade metering at this time from telematics, but what we can get is good enough. It's going to let us learn a lot about, you know, how customers behave, what sort of incentive structures drive behavior change, and let's, you know, leave it open to allow the technologies to evolve over time and hopefully get more to like a revenue grade metering situation that the, you know, the technologies available can support. And so I guess that was kind of my point, just that one, we don't, I imagine that MDMAs, you know, working with utilities around the country are, you know, under pressure to do things differently in different locales. And so it's important that for them to be able to accommodate all of those needs. And as, you know, our protocol is, you know, stricter than, you know, what other states are asking for, there could be opportunities to maybe loosen the restrictions a little bit with the goal of, you know, getting there eventually and learning as we go.
Just before here, because you reminded me of something in there that was kind of addressing John's question earlier, is like that could be a scenario where, depending on the use case, like some of the restrictions could be lifted. So like, you know, a single customer, you know, same ownership between the main meter and the EV. Do we need like revenue grade reporting from the telematics? Because like it's subtractive billing, there's still probably some benefit. It's all the same kilowatt hours, right? As long as it comes to the main meter. Multiple customer record, clearly you do, right? Where there's some imbalance there. So I think some of those things, how do you open that up? Maybe makes it easier in some cases not. And that becomes where you get more specificity in like what types of technology and accuracy you need given the use case.
Yeah, and I think like if we're framing submetering as solely a tool to provide customers with a separate bill for their EV, that's one thing. But if we're kind of positioning it, you know, in a way that can evolve and turn into part of a portfolio of tools, or, you know, as part of a customer experience that, you know, brings in managed charging, that lays the groundwork for V2G, and submetering is a part of that, where we have this, you know, rate and billing ability that kind of works throughout the system. That to me is a more flexible and well-integrated approach than just kind of this standalone program that has a lot of opportunity but doesn't exist in a context that's like, it's not contextualized within the actual needs of customers and utilities.
Yeah, I'm Bob Nolte from the California Energy Commission. My question is for Edison and PG&E. Do you know what customers your 5 MDMAs, of whom 2 are grid tractor, are wanting to go after?
Without a great deal of specificity, it seems like Grid Tractor has, and hopefully they'll speak, I think they're here, hopefully they'll speak to this at some point. Hi, good. So I won't spill anything that I'm not supposed to, but I think it generally looks like there's some interest in the commercial customer segment. I think that's where they've kind of found this, where there's maybe some value proposition there. Am I correct that you were also looking at this as part of the Redwoods grant? Is that, yes, exactly, kind of as a way to kind of get into the, I'm assuming the dynamic rate component that was required of the Redwoods and being a way to like get someone's specific device, their EV, into dynamic rates without having to subject the entire meter to that. So I think that's primarily one. I think we've heard pretty explicitly that the residential customer segment did not appear to have a significant, like, the lines didn't intersect there, at least under the current rate regime. At least that's as I understand it. For the other two MDMAs that are in the process, I've not directly interacted with those two. I think we could trace that down, but yeah, we got to look into that.
We're getting some clarity on whether I can actually say the name. One of the customers that one of our MDMAs is working with is a large, well-known tech company, and they want to have submetering on their campus for their employees' vehicle charging.
So, might as well jump in here as well. At SCG, the handful of MDMAs who've considered partnership have mostly considered the commercial customer segment scenarios. They have not expressed interest in residential.
So out on the other side of that, the customers that we've actually heard from, you know, more recently, they weren't some of the 10 customers that initially reached out to us, but even in, you know, for the last month or so, we've had some, you know, interest from our business customer engagement division. And they're like, how do we help these customers? This, like, they're really kind of getting, you know, struggled and bogged down with sort of like the separate metrology and sort of the kind of the needs that work with a larger, you know, forgive me, kind of the separate metering. They're worried about, you know, brain fog today. You know, demand charges are rolling back in. And so they were actually sort of like low count commercial customers. So you think like maybe an office park that has like, you know, 4 charging stations, you know, for like, you know, it's like, you know, a couple of its, you know, workers that have EVs. Like that actually seems like that might have been a useful case for them, where they didn't want to go through the effort of having like a standalone service, standalone meter, you know, all the separate, you know, stuff that goes along with that. Behind the meter cost, for example, especially if they didn't, you know, qualify for like our Charge Ready program because their port count were so low. How do we just add some breakers to our main panel, but to get these on a separate rate? That was of interest to them. Now we've directed them, I think, hopefully we directed them to the MDMA that's enrolled with our program. But I think, you know, that, again, whether those lines intersect for what they're willing to pay and what, you know, the value can be is, I think, you know, up in the air, TBD, but that's at least one of the few customer segments that we've seen some interest from in recent months.
So I have a question from Phil Kobernick from PCE. He's asking, you know, we see major cost reduction potential in having smart outlet companies be able to serve as the submeters, but California Division of Measurements and Standards, under, you know, CDFA, the regulations currently don't allow for testing of smart meters or smart outlets. There's no compatible testing devices out there either. And the submetering protocol as adopted requires testing go through the standards adopted by CDFA to comply with their tests. So if you can just speak to how the submetering protocol can allow for non-EVSE compliances and, you know, such as smart outlets or smart breakers to potentially serve as a submeter.
I can speak to that. So actually, PCE is in the process of funding a grant to help MDMAs with their startup costs so that they can serve multifamily customers. And one of the most promising lower cost metering and charging equipment styles is this 240 volt, like basically like a dryer outlet style charger. And they're like, you know, roughly $300. So the idea is those manufacturers could become MDMAs and install those in multifamily housing units at a much lower cost than, you know, a tower style or wall-mounted style charger that's traditionally has a cord. So it's also a bring your own cord situation. And I guess, like, yeah, the worry there is that customers could potentially game the system if they plug something else in that's not an EV. I think there are, potentially down the road, like tech solutions where you could have some sort of handshake between the vehicle and the charger wirelessly. I'm not totally sure. It's just speculation, but I think that it's definitely worth exploring as a lower cost alternative, and something we would be supportive of if the CPUC wanted to look into amending the protocol and working with the certifying bodies to make this an option.
Thank you very much. And we will have our last question in person. Please feel free to go ahead.
Great. Zach Wugin with the Vehicle Grid Integration Council, or VGIC. Aaron, we heard that over time, TOU Prime and TOU 4 to 9 sort of converged, and just curious if there's appetite now with submetering more established, both within ED and also from the IOUs to offer more compelling EV-only rates that are even more sort of steep on-peak, off-peak time of use rates, or other opportunities that might take advantage of the flexibility of EV load separate from other electrification loads.
Nice, easy question, Zach. Good to meet you in person, finally.
Yeah. Hey.
I think the answer probably maybe. I think, kind of across the spectrum, I think having a rate proceeding that would look at, sort of like specificity in EV rates, like whether that's for at-home, public charging, different commercial cases. I think we know a lot more than we did, 5, 6, 7 years ago when this happened. I think there's a growing appetite for thinking, do we need to kind of rethink how some of these things work? I know we just proposed another sort of EV rate for homes that's a little more like a steeper, kind of, but it's still a whole home rate, right? And I think, part of that is also driven by trying to keep this simpler for customers. Like at one hand, we want to have these rates that drive sort of the behavioral characteristics we're looking for. On the other hand, I mean, we get customers that, still barely understand, tiered rates, let alone, time varying rates. And so that's sort of, a big mess for them. So trying to keep this simple, I think as these options maybe get simpler to navigate, then maybe there's some, more appetite for more specificity and speciation between different devices. But I mean, I'm trying to think about how to explain adequately to a customer that, like, your stove is, built at a different rate than your car and at a different time. I think we are not as necessarily energy, literate sometimes as we'd like to be, both in the utility and also as consumers of it. So.
And I guess on the CPUC's end, Zach, we're letting the utilities go through the rates that they currently have as they're proposed. We'll review them, consider their merits. We also have, Andrew, I'm sorry for calling you out here, but we have someone from the Demand Flex section who can talk more about CalFuse later. Sorry if I'm calling you out and you're not ready for this, but yeah. Yeah. If you want to ask, yeah.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for great questions, everyone. We will have 15 minutes break until 11:45, and then we will get back with the panel number 2. Thank you. And we are about to start the second panel. Panel number 2 is submetering protocol, and we want to hear about NDMA's perspective. As you can see the agenda for panel number 2. We are here until 12:45, and then we will have our lunch break. So welcome back again, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your break, and moving on to panel 2 and hearing it from MDMAs, or meter data management agents. We just had a little bit of change of the presenters. Zach will be our first presenter from PowerFlex, and David from Grid Tractor will be next. So I'll just move to PowerFlex slides. Thank you, Zach.
Thank you. Thanks for having us today. My name is Zach Lee. I am the Director of Research and Development at PowerFlex. If anyone's not familiar with who we are at PowerFlex, we are a provider of on-site clean energy solutions, mostly focused on commercial and industrial customers. Also schools, universities, hospitals, municipalities, multi-unit dwellings, all those kind of non-single family residences, really. We do a couple of different technologies. The most relevant today will be EV charging. So we have over 32,000 EV charging stations that we manage on our platform. We also install solar, and that's going to come up a little bit later when we talk about challenges. We've installed around 450 megawatts of solar, predominantly at large commercial and industrial sites. Here's an example of an Amazon warehouse that has 3.8 megawatts of solar installed. And we also do stationary storage. So we've installed and operate over 40 megawatt hours of storage projects. So how we came to submetering really is pushed by our customers. Our customers want this. They want to be able to reduce their electricity costs. We'll talk about how much savings there are available to them a little bit later, but it is significant. They're also just interested in controlling the risk of demand charges. In many cases, they're worried that a spike in EV charging load could just throw their electricity bill just into the stratosphere. And that's concerning. And the way they have to mitigate that currently is by setting very high rates for energy that their drivers need to pay. And that is a huge detriment to getting utilization. And so there's a trade-off there, and they're really looking for ways to manage that. Another use case that is pretty compelling for many of our customers is the ability to allocate costs, either between their tenants or different departments. So we talked a little bit about the MCOR use case in the previous panel. We see that both in like the multi-unit dwelling, where you're dividing the chargers among tenants of apartments or things like that. But we're also seeing this demand in fleets, for example, where they might have different departments. A municipal fleet might have one department that needs to be billed one way, another department that needs to have their costs come out of a different bucket of money. And this is a fair way to do that, especially when you have demand charges that make costs nonlinear. It's difficult to fairly allocate those costs between departments. We also see this with commercial real estate, where they have multiple tenants. Potentially, it's a workplace campus, and there's multiple people who each company should get their own bill for their amenity charging. And so that's super valuable for our customers. And then something else, we heard a little bit about it in the previous panel, of segregating their flexible load from their inflexible load for participating in programs. We're excited about some of these like hourly flex pricing and other programs that are coming out. And we see this as a valuable way to let people put their flexible EV charging load on those programs without subjecting some of their inflexible load to that potential risk. Now, we could do all of that with dedicated services, but the biggest challenge for our customers and the reasons they don't want to do that is the long timelines. We are often working within existing infrastructure capacity. Our customers don't want to wait for a new dedicated service. They want to work within the panel capacity they already have available. So we use load management to do that. And with submetering, we can give our customers that speed and cost savings while still giving them access to those benefits that they would get from a dedicated service. So I want to be very upfront. I am the opposite of David here. David has gone through the process with Grid Tractor. We are at the very beginning at PowerFlex. We have been working predominantly on building out the business case. figuring out what do our customers want, how big is the market for this. We're in a really good position for that because, as I mentioned, we have 32,000 EV chargers on our network. And we can run a portfolio analysis and figure out which of those customers would benefit the most from a submetering solution. Earlier this year, the CEC put out a funding call for proposals as part of the EPIC program to develop MDMA platforms, and we have applied for that. We should find out later this month or early next month about that program. And we're also exploring partnerships and figuring out, is this something we need to build, or is this something we can work with partners who have already gone through the process so that we can bring that value to our customers even faster? So I'll talk a little bit about the challenges we see. One of them is the timeline and process uncertainty. As I mentioned, we have not gone through this process. We're just going off of the documents that we see. And I think there's a lot of uncertainty as we talk to others who have gone through the process, as we look through the documentation on just how long that's going to take, what the protocols are. And that makes it difficult for us to justify the investment internally. And that's something we have to be able to do to say, hey, we're going to build out this system, and we don't know how long that's going to take or what that's going to look like. So that's one of the challenges we see. We've also noticed that we don't have a precedent for embedded submeters that we know of. So we know of MDMAs who have gone through the process for external meters, but we think there's a lot of benefit, even in these large-scale sites, of using the embedded meters within our EVSEs. We already have to go through CTEP testing, and so these meters meet those, or these EVSEs and the meters inside meet those standards. And we'd like to be able to utilize that to reduce the upfront cost and potentially retrofit existing sites without having to go back on site. So we think that's very valuable. And then there's uncertainty in the process for some of the IOUs who haven't necessarily gone through and registered any MDMAs yet. So we don't know what that process is going to look like. So that's the big one there. The second one, and this is the one that it really hits us closest to home, is submetering for NIM sites. Currently, as we all know, the decision does not allow us to submeter for NIM sites. And as a company that really focuses on total behind-the-meter solutions, including solar, that's a big challenge for us. And so we see this as a huge market, a huge opportunity. We have customers who come to us and say, hey, we want to do submetering, and we have to say, we can't help you. Like, even if we can work with an existing partner, we can't help you because you are installing solar or you already have solar. So I'm just going to throw a quick plug out there. I would highly recommend that we consider having a working group, getting in a room with the meter data management agents, with the utilities, with the Public Utility Commission, and figuring out how to make that work, because I think it can work. It's more challenging, but it's worth working on. A little bit more on the business model. So I think that's something, the question came up in the last panel. The good news is that there are significant savings for commercial customers. So here's just two examples from our portfolio. We have a workplace charging customer where we saw $72,000 a year in savings. That's about 65% savings for that customer. And for a fleet customer, it was around $55,000 a year in savings. So there are significant savings available, and that can make the business case work, right? Now, the key question then is, how do we divide that savings? Where should that savings go? Obviously, the MDMA or the charge point operator can't take all of that. That just doesn't work. Some of that needs to go to the site host, and I think the lion's share of that needs to go to the drivers to make this work, because they're the ones who need to benefit from these lower rates. What are the ongoing costs? I think there's a lot of uncertainty there, and that is an important input to the business model. We don't know how much it's going to cost to continue to maintain these services. There was some great information in the first panel about them not necessarily needing to go run field tests all the time of this hardware and things like that. That's going to be a good thing for keeping costs low for the MDMA. And then what are some of the additional revenue streams that we as a provider of submetering can tap into that might allow us to cover the cost of running the program without necessarily billing the customer? So, these are interesting colors. Anyway, not the original colors, but that's okay. Let's look at a couple of different breakdowns of how we might divide those costs. So the good news is there's good energy savings coming to the site host. The question is, how should those be allocated? As I mentioned, in this basic, simple case, there's likely some fees that need to go to the MDMA. They need to make a profit. They need to be able to cover their costs and all of those things. The majority of those lower costs should be passed on to the drivers, in my opinion. And there's some room, I think, for the site host to have a profit or a surplus. That might help them offset the cost of some of the upfront things that they need to install, the metering infrastructure, for example, but also turn a small profit, pay back the cost of installing the chargers and all of those things. Now, I mentioned that one of the things we're exploring is partnership with existing MDMAs. In this case, a CPO or a charge point operator like ourselves might partner with an existing MDMA, or that might be the same company, and that's why there's a dotted line around there. In that case, the site host is already paying a company like ours software and support services fees to manage their chargers. Those fees might need to be a little bit higher if they're participating in a submetering program to cover those costs, especially if there's a third-party MDMA involved. But I think that the lower savings that they're getting, the lower energy costs that they're paying will more than offset that. And so there is a valuable business case for this. And it still can offer significant savings to drivers. The last one, this is more of an oddball idea or something that might work. It's going to take more work to figure out. Is this direct bill? So there's the opportunity that a CPO like ourselves could actually be the account holder for the submeter. And drivers could directly pay a charge point operator who will then, we will pay the utility for that electricity bill, pay the MDMA if it's not us, share some revenue with the site hosts, and potentially turn a profit. And so there's a different opportunity for a different style of business model that is enabled by submetering. This wouldn't really be possible without something like this. So with that, I'll speak a little bit about our collaborations. Like I said, we have several customers who are very excited about submetering. They kind of span the whole gambit of our customer base, from fleets to schools and universities, governments, commercial real estate, multi-unit dwellings. All of our customers are interested in this, and we are actively exploring partnerships with MDMA providers so that we can get our customers access to this as soon as possible. So that's where I am. Final thoughts. This is really important. I think we all agree with that. I think there is an important thing as we talk about submetering to make sure it is compatible with other programs, including solar and storage, flexible interconnection programs. That's something that we're really excited about, and I think there's a great opportunity to combine submetering with those programs, with DR programs, and with flexible pricing programs. So with that, I'll pass it on to David. We'll have to go way back.
Thank you so much, Zach.
Yeah. Now you got to compete with lunch, so sorry about that. There you go. Thank you. The right hand button. Yeah.
Before you start, David, sorry, can you just CPO? I'm not.
Oh yeah, charge point operator. Okay. I think the other we're using EV service provider. Same idea. Yeah.
By the way, the colors didn't change because you messed up or something. Mine changed also.
Oh, cool. Okay.
I'm David Myers, CEO of Grid Tractor.
I think the monitor.
Since I arrived, I've learned three things. The CQC doesn't know that we're an MDMA. The IOUs have an action item to limit our opportunity. And the IOUs are looking to replace us with cheaper technology. So why wouldn't everybody go out and become an MDMA?
For those who don't know me, I'm the one in our broader energy transition community often challenges assumptions, fights with the utilities, and asks to look at things differently, and this will be no exception. My previous claim to fame was developing the AgFit pilot, which is what led to the expanded dynamic rates pilots, and spinning out the technology from the company that did that, Polaris Energy Services, into Grid Tractor. So our business model and plan is what I would describe as energy market to farm instead of farm to market, but not where you buy stuff. where you get energy, and essentially helping equipment that farmers use to respond to market conditions on the grid to save money and to make money, with two, key things. One obviously is the tractor part and other farm equipment and farm vehicles and when and how to charge them and to export power from them, and to coordinate with other loads like irrigation pumping, which was our genesis as mentioned, so that we can use existing electrical capacity to get charging done. We are funded right now by 2 Energy Commission grants, the Vehicle to Building grant, and the Redwoods scope. So we are just delivering our first systems in this quarter, but much of the technology platform that led us to be an MDMA, again, is part of that spin out from Polaris. So working with this type of data and processes for a while, which seems to have led us to be the first, which may not be the best idea, but we are. We do 4 key things, which is planning, which gets into, sort of rate analysis, but also asset implementation over the long term, systems to get charging done. We don't build chargers, but the control systems for them over OCPP or local or coordinating again with other loads, customer application to operate this, and then how to monetize it with the grid. So I think, looking at this Redwoods use case might be a way to start thinking about the challenges. This is a site called Tally Farms. They're signed up for both of those grants that I mentioned, and the plan is to put in a DC fast charger, bidirectional, that can also support part of the winery when there are power outages. They've already put in 3 level 2 chargers for their guests at the tasting room, and somewhere that you don't see, there's also an irrigation pump that will manage and put a charger in there and coordinate their usage. Guess what they have in the right-hand picture? They have solar. So the reason that we got into this was because of the dynamic rates pilots, which, by the way, have very, very similar sets of challenges to the ones that we're discussing about, where, really good intentions have a lot of problems associated with them. We really looked at submetering as a tool to address some of those challenges. Like, guess what? NEM eligibility for those pilots. So great, we'll do submetering. That's how I got here. Well, the rest is kind of history. As well as the fact that those pilots, why have only one pilot when you can split it into 2? And so this single customer will have to participate in 2 hourly flex pricing pilots, the ag and the, pilot number 2, excellent marketing. So in order to get things done, so it was very clear that, while we're trying to sort of thread all of those needles, at least we'd have the option to do some isolation of the charging load and put that on appropriate rates for all of the things that we need to do. So that's what led to us being here. I'm respectfully answering the questions that we were asked. I think that some of the things on the approval processes seem to be moving along well. So we were the first through and had all of the, the pain of a first child, I guess. But I don't know how relevant it is because some of those things seem to be fixed. So I'll try to focus more, and it'll pretty quickly get off the slides and riff on some of the things that I heard and what I believe to be the challenges, and hopefully that's what's most helpful to everyone, but also leave lots of time for questions so we can talk about what matters. So it took us a year from our first inquiry, and our inquiry was not how do we come in MDMA, it's where do we get a submeter? So to do what I just described, all I wanted was a submeter, really, please, just give me a submeter. It took a few months to get an answer that there wasn't one. But just that was literally months to find out that there was no external submeter available. So we said, okay, how do we get one approved? Well, then we started down the process, realized that we had to both be an MDMA and get a submeter approved. So we started working with 1 and eventually 2 manufacturers of external submeters. Now, to be clear, none of them, well, I won't say none, maybe when this gets some momentum, they'll do it, but none of them sort of have the orientation to look at this and say, okay, this is something I want to do. These are companies, you go to the website, you find what you need. I need 3 of these CTs, a fuse holder, an enclosure, this, click, 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 put it in the box and they send it to you. It's not the way Itron and Landis and Gear and so on work. And that's sort of, when we think about the challenges, I think a lot of them are related to when the IOUs heard metering, they said, aha, we do that. We know what needs to happen. And when those of us in the commercial world heard submetering, we said, aha, well, this is how that works. And the Venn diagram of those two is preciously has preciously small overlap. There was lack of clarity between the IOUs. We were sent by PG&E to say, okay, SCE is managing this. So we went through the process with SCE only to learn that that was only the meter process, and we had to go back and finish the rest of the MDMA. That hadn't gotten us quite done. A lot of questions about the decision were often referred back to the decision, and you know, we are not, so I think one thing to take into account, just like on the dynamic rate side, nobody wakes up and says, I'm an automation service provider, that's what I do in life. Nobody wakes up and says, I'm an MDMA. And in this world, nobody wakes up and says, I'm an MSP. This is not stuff that folks do. So we needed questions answered, and often, I mean, me reading, I forget who does the metrology, the UL, like me trying to figure that stuff out is pretty scary, but we did it. Again, I think this process is better, but that was extremely difficult. In terms of the device certification, I guess I already went into that a little bit. I'm going to skip some of these minor details because I think they've been fixed. You know, so the second certification did go faster. The first approved meter, I think, was 8 months or so, and the second was just a couple of months. So maybe that's fixed. What's more important is it doesn't seem like there was a systems view of this whole process, meaning that, and I'm going to put an expression out there to make clear that this is not personal. Where I lived a long time ago, we said that the surgery was a success, but the patient died. And we have a lot of cases of that here where I think people are doing what they're supposed to very well, but we don't have an overarching view of what's supposed to happen that is being managed and considered. So, you know, the IOUs, I assume, I'm just guessing what happened in your organization, that heard meters, great, we'll send it to the metering department. They tested the meters, they did everything diligently. And then there's the MDMA side. Did anybody look? I have no evidence that the data from those approved meters could get to where it needs to go, that they're measuring the things, that they're working in the way that we as an MDMA are now signing away our children that we need to be able to do. And that's a real challenge. So just as one example, when we do integrations with embedded submeter, with chargers just in general, we don't typically get voltage measurements. And if we do, and there is a way to do it, I've checked the protocol, you certainly don't get leg out. Well, guess what? If you're an MDMA, you need to do leg out. So I don't know, it doesn't seem like these two pieces were discussed in the same room with the same whiteboard. What's a power outage for a submeter? Well, a power outage for a submeter is turning off the thing that you don't want to use anymore, right? How do we even define that, right? Because you have power outages for utility metering, and we know what that is, and we need to be able to detect it and report it. That's, again, I'm signed up to do that as an MDMA. But for a submeter, if somebody just turns off the panel, the breaker, which that submeter is on, do I now have a power outage that I need to report? Well, right now, the only person who's deciding how that gets done is me, and that's not good. Let's see. So there's also, I mean, I was interested in the first panel, we didn't hear MSP. We didn't hear metering services provider, but that shows up in the documentation, and that is kind of between the cracks here. So one of the big, well, we're in Passover for those who celebrate. One of the big matzo balls hanging out there is this sampling plan. Well, once we figure out that the costs are X and that maybe there's somebody who can pay for them and all of that, well, now go and sample these. Again, there are folks who drive around in trucks and do sampling of utility meters. It's well known. It's been done for 100+ years, see that they're accurate. This doesn't exist for submetering. When you buy a Veris, or in our case, an EKM or an eGauge, again, it's just like Amazon. You put it in your cart, they send it, and they're done. They are not a metering services provider, and neither am I. So we are going to, and you know, we're the ones out on the ledge right now, as an MDMA, one of two, I guess, we're going to have to invent this. It doesn't exist. So, and we ask the utilities, okay, how does this happen? And we get, you know, these charts of sampling plans. But sampling plans are great when you have 500,000 meters and you only have to sample 5,000. When you have maybe 100 meters and you have to sample 100, well, guess what? Your cost just doubled for the first year. Who still wants to be an MDMA? So I think it's become pretty clear, and we just heard, as the model is currently specified, this will work for large multi-EVSE deployments. Residential and commercial simply do not pencil out. But when we were approved, we started getting calls from residents because the utility said, hey, you can call these guys. And so I can't tell you how many Google Meets we had with people literally sitting in their garage and said, what kind of charger do you have? And they went like that. Like, there it is. There's my loop. And I feel really bad because after a month of sort of, thinking, could I tweak the model some way to make this work? You simply don't get there. And let's just go through some numbers because Aaron, I'm just going to, pick on you. So, well, we're blind to the costs and we haven't gotten customer applications come through. Well, those two things are related. So, we've taken millions of dollars from the ratepayers to go through all of this and we're blind to the costs. I don't think that's good. So let's take a typical driver, 15,000 miles a year, about 5,000 kilowatt hours. It's not up there. Don't look up there. Savings per kilowatt hour we heard was 13 cents. If my math is good, and Google Sheets math is good, that's $650 of annual savings. Tell me any IoT subscription, what does it cost you? What does SimpliSafe, what do any of these things cost? 30 to 60 a month, right? I mean, this isn't secret. Those have much more scale than we do. If they have bad data, they don't have to go back and fix it. It's like, okay, well, it says that your door was open yesterday, but it wasn't. They don't go and fill in, but guess what? We have to do that. So, you have to imagine that it's going to cost a little more than a typical IoT application to do this. They don't have to hold the data and then send it at the end of the month, but everybody's end of the month is different. Like, this has to cost more than that $650 of savings, and that's without the hardware. So, so we just talked about cost. Gosh, I can't even see my own slides. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, and then the other big, again, on the holiday matzo ball hanging out there, the validation. So we are, frankly, when I was invited to this, I'm like, gosh, am I going to give away all the secrets because everyone's going to want to do it? This is so straightforward and easy, and now we've been building the application for the data validation. Like, come on in, the water's warm. That may pop a whole bunch of flags. It is not at all straightforward to do the MDMA work. And we realized that, yeah, we had a platform that deals pretty well with meter data. That's part of why we got into this. This is a different ballgame. You've got to hold it. You've got to store it. For example, you get to do estimation. So if you're missing data, you can do estimation. Or guess what? You can decide that it's actually okay. How does that get done? The reviewer decides. The reviewer is me or someone who works for me? Like, wow, that's pretty cool. But I guess that's how it works in the utilities. I didn't know that. But literally, we are going to be sitting there filling in data gaps because that's what we're required to do. Now, we'll try to do it algorithmically. Don't worry. My utility customers will do it as best we can. We'll get the best algorithms we can. But nothing has been supplied from the CPUC or the IOUs that say, this is how you do this. These are the requirements. So we've asked. So we've gotten as much as is out there. But there are no clear rules of the road for how to do this. All right. So now that I've talked about what's working well, let's get to the real problems. This NEM exclusion is a big deal. It's unnecessary, and it's based on incorrect information. So we've had several conversations with the utilities and with the CPUC. That decision is based on an incorrect description of how NEM metering works. The only place that there's any problem is with within interval measurements on future NEM rates. There's no problem. The subtraction works for existing customers on existing rates doing 15-minute billing. IOUs have a very detailed document with spreadsheets showing that. The CPUC has that. I think it's been a couple months since we shared it. Haven't heard anything. This is a big honking deal. Quiz. What customers are most likely to adopt a new progressive energy management technology? The ones who adopted the last progressive new energy management technology. In my sector, which I guess, when do I get this clarification that we're only allowed to work on ag IOUs? That's what I saw there. I'm not sure why I'm here actually, because that's going to be clarified that we need to stay in our sector. But they all did NEM. They all did NEM because NEM was a really good value proposition. And the residential customers who we had to turn away anyway did NEM. Fellow Redwoods participants said, okay, let's try this out on our own CEO or CTO, I don't know what she was. And then she couldn't do it because she's on NEM. So to spend all of this money and go through all of this brain damage and then exclude most of the customers doesn't seem like a good idea. Now, what I would say, and this gets back to your point, so where it works, it looks like it's going to work really well. So corporate campuses, parking garages, large fleet deployments if they're doing something alongside charging. So there's, a need for submetering. And in those cases, so we were asked about partnerships. I think that there is a place for an MDMA provider or providers like us to focus on this. Clearly, I've somewhat sarcastically described how much focus and effort it takes. But one of the things that we are not doing is we are not doing savings analysis for commercial property and for industrial and for all of these things other than our core ag market. So working with someone like this, who's looking at us with a kind of build or buy question, that is a good way to do it because there is more than this. And there is, I think, room for something like this to be done well by some, however many, small, large number of players that can make the investment, can afford, where it's important enough to them to spend a day in this meeting, focus just on this. And then others can sell that and package it along with the other services like the rate analysis, how much did I save? So we are not, as an MDMA, for example, we're not offering a customer application with this. We are simply providing the data management service. Someone else, if they want to sign up for some other product, that's fine. But there is room to just acquire the data. I don't know if I got this yet. So I have one other thing, I guess it didn't show up there, or I breezed over it, that I want to mention. The embedded submeter path is not clear at this point. So again, this is where the difference between the metrology test and how does this whole thing work comes through. So for the embedded submeter, the way to speak with that embedded submeter typically would be OCPP. Now, stop right there. Look at all the data security and communications things that, again, I just signed my life away that we're going to meet. Are we doing that if we do that? Okay, with OCPP, we can probably make that work. Well, what if that same customer, again, remember we talked about progressive energy management, I bet they have the app, right, of the vendor of the EVSE or their charge point operator. Well, guess what? Their app or their platform and our platform cannot both talk to the same EVSE over OCPP, sorry for all the acronyms, until we get to OCPP 2-point-something plus, which we are not at yet. So for everything that's out there and existing, this path is blocked. Well, why don't we just use an API and get it from them? Okay, well, so now do I have to build an API to every charge point operator? And if I do, well, who's on the hook for all of these data security and custody requirements? I am. Are they going to now, well, if they do that, they're an MDMA. Why would they go through all of that brain damage if I'm the MDMA? By the time they can do that, they're essentially doing that work. And then there's the question of, again, we said that the EVSEs don't necessarily collect all of the data that we're required to collect as an MDMA. Even if it's in the EVSE, does their platform collect it? I promise you that it does not. So right now, as far as I would love to hear otherwise, please correct me if I'm wrong, I don't see a path right now. So we've talked with a couple manufacturers, we're trying to grind through it, but I don't see the path to working with embedded submeters. How much time do I have, or am I in negative already?
We have 10 more minutes.
Okay.
You can use it for the discussion.
Yeah,
too.
let me just see if there, I've talked about that. So, yeah, well, just, I tell you, customers are likely required to pay MDMAs for required data services. That was said this, like, really? I mean, yeah, of course. I mean, so I think this whole idea of coming up with a business model that works is important, and just sort of like giving the utilities money to develop systems and not figuring out the rest of it and perhaps allocating money for the other things that need to happen and just saying, build it and they will come, it doesn't really work. We've seen it not work in the dynamic rates. We've seen it not work in all kinds of places. So there's no particular reason that would work here. So really, take this, well, don't just come with problems, what are your recommendations? A systems approach. I mean, we're far down this road, so we're not going to restart it, but at least and I realize this is what the forum is for, but soup to nuts, how does this work? How do these things fit together? You can't separate the little submeter technically from the MDMA. This all has to flow. There has to be a path to profitability. If you want more MDMAs, you have to pay them in some way. And if you want equity, if you want residents to be able to do this, somebody has to pay for that because it's not going to be on the $650 of savings that they get. And even, you know, yeah, I'll just leave it at that. Questions?
Thank you so much. Great presentation. And as the last panel, we can have the participants ask their questions in person at the podium, and also I encourage the virtual participants to ask their question through the chat box, and we will read it aloud. So feel free to come to the podium.
I can't say that I'm the only brave one here because this is a challenge that we're facing. John Holmes from Honda. We've heard the challenges that you have lived over the course of the last year. I've had similar discussions independently of you with technology providers, with public utility commissions, with FERC, with the Joint Office. And the challenges that we face are multidimensional. They're siloed solutions. You know, NEM is a prime example of that one silo that challenges you to be able to make a business proposition. The fundamental flaw that we have with submetering today is that we are not treating EV BGI in the same way that we have treated other types of DER implementations. California has decided on DERMS implementation using 2030.5 as the primary communications that would handle all types of DER, except the submetering decision calls out OCPP. At the time that that decision was handed down, OCPP was unable to handle cybersecurity or bidirectional control. And as we are moving forward into this space, the great proposition for BGI really does begin to involve bidirectional control for grid stabilization. And without the ability to mix it up, so to speak, with the other NEM devices, from a DERMS dispatch perspective, it's really a challenge because then you are embedded in two different communications protocols, and aligning that with a program that blends the benefits of NEM or other types of distributed energy resource systems that could be incorporated into advanced DERMS dispatch, you are hamstrung because the communications need what I would refer to as a translator or a multi-protocol router. And that introduces complications. It begs a solution which has not been delivered in the industry. And we are faced with other challenges with respect to how that meter data backhaul communications process gets realized into settlements. So I don't want to stand up here and complain more. I'm very inherently a solutions-oriented person. So the good news is we have a lot of the pieces in hand. I'll talk some more tomorrow about NIST 44, which is the handbook that basically defines how vehicle charging infrastructure has to be configured in order to be safe and operate according to weights and measures. It touches, but does not touch in thoroughly enough a manner on what's called meter drift. So this certification of meters, what happens when it's 10 years old? Does it have the same accuracy? That's a subject that was delved into by Argonne National Lab. Ted Bond took it upon himself to go out and do a meter drift study using information that he could capture from various AVSE manufacturers to attest to the reliability of that data over time using accelerated aging and all types of climates availed to him because he lives in a snow climate in Wisconsin, but also because he's got labs at the Argonne National Lab to be able to do accelerated aging in warm temperatures as well. So NIST 44, ANSI C1220C, ANSI 1220C, which is the, what submetering protocol mentioned in terms of accuracy in both the field and the lab. Again, that standard does not treat bidirectional metrology. And 5 years ago or more, I went to the Department of Ag here in California, and I said, what about bidirectional metrology for EV metering? It was not even on their radar. So it doesn't surprise me to hear that no such meters were available as we went out to the industry to begin to investigate what could be brought to bear from a technology solutions perspective, because not even the Weights and Measures Department in California has, gotten their hands around that. So lastly, UL plays a major role in not only smart meter certification, but also the ability to stand up solutions which could capture the subject of embedded meters. Certainly when we are looking toward advanced bidirectional chargers that incorporate essentially existing equipment that can be used not only for control, but also for settlements, the ability to integrate those systems into a UL standard exists. And it's an expansion of the existing standard. Fortunately, we'll have some discussion tomorrow from UL that can help to lean in a little bit on that. So we've got 3 standards development organizations, pseudo-governmental organizations, NIST and ANSI, kind of leaning in on this. But the challenge that we face is we have not converged on a common communications protocol. OCPP is different than 2030.5, despite the fact the newest one, OCPP 2.1, is essentially a carbon copy of 2030.5. It's not ready for prime time, and it's certainly not ready for inclusion in 1547, the interconnection standard. And it needs also to be able to be validated as interoperable with 2030.5 in order for this ecosystem to harmonize. I sense.
So I didn't hear the question, but I'll answer it anyway.
Well, it's a backing of your concern.
And well, I think we should also separate a little bit the MDMA from the submeter. But one important thing that you said, and thank you for the question, this idea of we need to use this, and I'm really bad with all the numbers. I don't speak protocol. This idea that we should use protocols that are made for dispatch as the way to do things, and OCPP isn't so good, is really problematic. There is a whole world, which I tend to believe can manage most of what we need in this energy transition, which is not dispatch-based. So the whole idea of dynamic pricing is that you don't need to send a signal to anybody to do anything. So I think we're solving a little bit a somewhat different and more segmented problem than what you're describing, and I would not want to see us going to something where we need to send dispatch signals. I think, frankly, I have found OCPP of everything I've worked with, Green Button and OpenADR 1, 2, and 12, and all of these things, it's actually very flexible and enabling us to do a lot of things. And if you could add leg out into it, then we'd have everything that we need for an MDMA. So I would caution against trying to put this into the DERMS world. The whole idea is that customer-sited things should be able to respond to what's happening in the world without being dispatched, without being part of the utility, ADMS, all of that, that we're using the individual decisions of millions and millions of customers and providing signals in terms of the market to do that. And then you don't need the same cybersecurity because you're not dispatching anything. It's like it's a whole different world, and we shouldn't lose the benefits of it. But thanks.
So I'll push back on.
Please don't. Can we take other questions? Because there's an open discussion later.
It is, and I would like to maybe just make one point on dynamic pricing, because I'll push back on that just slightly, because grid services and customer benefit are 2 different things. If you are listening to a dispatch signal to apply a solution that results in grid benefit, then get compensated for it. That's one way of accomplishing a customer benefit. The second is to do exactly what you're saying, which is pay attention to price and assume that that price correlates to some kind of grid benefit. If you actually dig into the data, there is a non-correlation between price and grid stability, and that's a very detailed analysis that we've embarked upon, and it's a challenge because it would seem that we've gotten dynamic pricing right, and that it should orchestrate toward a grid benefit, but that's not perfectly aligned yet. We'll need to dive deeper into that. So I'll yield, because I know there are people who want to ask questions, but I do think that we need to link this holistically.
Okay, is there any other question? And for visual participants, also just feel free to write down your questions in the chat box.
Are there more online? I don't want to take anyone.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. This is Ben Mothershead from PG&E. I just wanted to kind of pull on the thread that I think we're getting at here, which is that zooming out, there is a clear need for the commission, the IOUs, and the EVSPs to kind of recognize that submetering kind of exists in a vacuum on its own without a clear goal beyond like giving people, giving customers a way to have separate bills. And we need to kind of coalesce around like a goal for what we want submetering to be, what the value we want it to provide customers, whether it's like meeting evolving use cases related to, for instance, like customers who have a work vehicle that they charge at home. How are they charging, or how are they being charged and getting reimbursed? There's actually like 5 or 6 companies now that have started to build out products just specifically focused on that function, so that, you know, if you have a work vehicle charged at home, you can get an IRS compliant receipt that then, you know, gets paid for by your company. That was way simpler when people could just charge using their gas card or like take a picture of their receipt from the gas pump. But I think it's incumbent on both utilities and the CPUC to really understand these use cases for customers, the value that we want to derive for the grid, and find kind of the middle ground where we're going to have everyone be able to share the benefits of submetering and have a goal beyond just this kind of disaggregated billing.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for your presentations. I guess I have a couple of questions and I have comments. So I'm Nancy Ryan with the Mobility Advisors, and I work with the Alliance for Automotive Innovation, so the trade association that represents the companies that build virtually all the cars sold in the U.S. today. So I guess, I'm also a dumb old economist and not an engineer, so I'll admit that right up front. So, the conversation about all the challenges that we're facing with designating and certifying MDMAs in California puzzles me a little bit, just because there are numerous other states that have done pilots using one form of embedded submeters, which are the telematics in vehicles. And so I guess 2 questions for you all. I mean, for the fleet applications that you're primarily looking at, do you see those embedded submeters as valuable and something that you would like to see enabled? The second question is, do you work in other states? I mean, do you find that, do they require MDMAs, or is it just simpler? Because I've, really never heard of this as an issue in other states. So I'll start there, and then I think I have maybe one or 2 other things I may want to say.
You're bigger.
Yeah.
So we do operate in other states. However, I'm not familiar with anything that has gone beyond the pilot scale in other states. I know there's discussions. What I'll say about the telematics-based solution, I have not looked at it in true detail. I think the biggest challenge there is, how do you say what the house meter is, right? So I know what the EV is drawing, but how do I know where it's connected? I know physically where it might be based on GPS, but that doesn't necessarily mean I know electrically where it's connected. Then we can start to talk about communication. So once we get 15.11.8 and other things, we can start to see, I know this vehicle is connected to this charger, but then I start to question, once I have a 15.11.8 enabled charger, I have a meter in that. Like, nobody is making a 15.11.8 compatible charger that doesn't have a meter that would meet the CTEP requirements that are required for this. And then it's easier for me as a charge point operator or as an MDMA to use that meter than it is to use the onboard meter. And so I think that's where there's a challenge. I'm really looking forward to the discussion later today about how people who have thought more about the telematics-based solution might think about that. But that's what I think about in terms of that.
So first of all, we are very California focused. So I've not at all looked at this. This is more adding to the stack of things that we do to sort of handle all of the different California programs, protocols, requirements that sometimes overlap with others. If you think about someone trying to build a business line to be an MDMA, there's sort of maybe three things that we need. One is that, so to say, well, would we like to get that data? Absolutely, we'd like to do as much as possible. So for our upfront investment right now in making this work, anything that we could do would be of interest if it pencils. We need to meet the requirements out there. So that's, you know, we have the list of things that we need to do. And just like we stubbed our toe at some point with the embedded submeters, probably we would stub our toe there. But if the regulatory path enables it, well, you know, we'll keep going until the end. And then the third, where it does matter, is as few integrations as possible. Mm-hmm. So if you said, oh, you can do that, and then you're going to integrate with Honda, you're going to integrate with, you're going to integrate with everybody, that gets expensive. You have to have enough, you know, of a mass of at least prospects, if not existing customers, for each integration that you do. So with OCPP, that's something as a charge management system developer that we are already building. So we say, great, OCPP, let's do exactly what we're doing and yank off the meter data and a couple of other parameters that we need. If that, the fewer protocols and integrations that expands into, or, you know, it's a little bit nuanced there. So for example, to be an MDMA here, yes, it's pretty much the same thing with the two major IOUs. We didn't know so much about SDG&E, but you still have to do each one differently. So the more you can concentrate that and do the same thing, obviously it makes the numbers work to build that business line.
Sure. And I guess an observation, this is really coming from Nancy Ryan, not Alliance for Automotive Innovation, but, you know, it may well be the case that telematics, the best use case for that is the single-family home, the residential charging, which is something we haven't really talked about today, primarily because it seems like in the present regime, it's really cost prohibitive today to do any kind of submetering that's supported by the protocol, which of course telematics is not, in that residential setting. So, and I think hopefully that's something we'll talk about also tomorrow, and I'm sure it'll come up on the panel. The other thing, David, I mean, you know, as an economist, I'm a big fan of dynamic pricing, and, you know, and Auto Innovator supports that as an optional, you know, alternative for, you know, any customer with an EV. I will note, though, that unless you also add a locational component, you're not addressing constraints on the distribution grid with that. And while flexible service connections are a short-term solution for that, you know, ultimately we either need to, you know, have ways to deal with that generically through pricing, you know, or through programs that either can be dispatched or send a dispatch signal. So, absolutely. Yeah.
I guess I just mean that trying to take something which is inherently on the sort of customer bill and energy management side of that the house and try to move that to a dispatch is going to add a lot to it.
Yes, and you know, I mean, we are the champions of complexification in California. Yes.
And one other thing you raised that I think is important that I didn't mention, which is I think that a business model that can work is where a company like mine partners with the EVSE manufacturers, or more importantly, the folks who are selling the apps to manage them, the charge point operators, right? With the charge point operators, and then you can have a single integration with lots of potential customers, and down to that cost thing, and this is what we've explored with one of the embedded vendors, is that you wrap this in as part of a service, right? Mm-hmm. So one of the challenges when I said every IoT application needs to cost, you know, $30 to $60, well, if that IoT application, this should be a feature, right? This should not be something that's standing alone. So we've actually had some conversations in that direction, and then ran into some of these technical issues with, you know, can we even get the data back through a charge point operator? But I would very much like to build that CPO once per month and not 100 of their best residential customers and, you know, take all of their calls. This should be one additional feature on that. That is the path to making it work for residential, which still doesn't quite make it right now, but that is probably the path of least resistance. So I'm glad you raised that.
Good, thanks.
Thank you so much. We still have 5 minutes for the virtual attendees to ask their question. Since we have not heard back from them, is there anyone else in the room that they want to ask a question? Okay, very well.
There was a question Nancy brought up regarding like the location component, and I think you alluded to this as well, like knowing which charger, or, you know, where the vehicle is, both, you know, related to the charger and where the charger sits in the home. Do you see a pathway where eventually we might be able to get to rate portability, whereas, you know, in a way that basically the rate that the customer has signed up for and is contracted with the utility could be tied to the vehicle, so that wherever it charges, you know, probably not on like a level 3 situation, but like level 2, level 1, they're going to know that they're getting the best rate within the service territory. And would that be achievable through like OCPP or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that is something that would definitely be technically feasible. There's a couple ways you could go about it, either with 15.11.8 to identify the vehicle, or we and most other charge point operators have an app or some other way for someone to claim a charging session. You could use that then to say, okay, I know who this session belongs to, and rather than charging their wallet or their credit card, I'm going to bill it back to their utility bill. My concern there is I think we're talking about an even more complex system when it feels like we haven't figured out the more simple solution, or the more simple use case of I have a fixed EVSE and I need to bill back to that. But that's certainly a use case I think would be very interesting and could be very valuable.
Cool. Thank you.
I think that's the right answer. That's the right answer. To me.
Awesome. So we can start having our lunch break, and we are coming back at 1:45.
Nice turn.
Soon. Might you help me in the remote control? Oh, it's enough. Okay, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break. And now we'll begin panel number 3, which focuses on vehicle telematics and perspective from providers. Today we have, in this session, we will hear from VGIC, ViewGrid, and Auto Innovators, organizations working closely with telematics systems, and they will share updates on current telematics efforts and challenges. And our first presenter will be Zach from VGIC.
Excellent. Thank you, Shiva, and thanks for hosting. So hello, everyone. Zach Wigan with the Vehicle Grid Integration Council, or VGIC. Who is VGIC? We're a collection of several solution providers in the smart charging and bidirectional charging space, including several key automakers, actually a new one that we haven't added the logo of yet, so we'll be adding that shortly, and then other folks that interact with telematics as well as other solutions. So I don't think we'll have to spend too much time on this slide, and it looks like the graphics got a little twisted up in copying and pasting it into the master deck. But you know, there are opportunities to submeter for 2 distinct purposes. And so I'm going to make this distinction a few times throughout today's presentation between rates and customer billing. That's the red text, and managed charging, DR, VPP, sort of programmatic or non-rate programs. So why is submetering important? We talked about a lot of these already during today's workshop, but First and foremost, it allows us to access more customers, right? So one thing that we've observed in California, looking across the utilities programs, including their make-ready programs, is just an incredible diversity of customers, both on the residential side and non-residential side. And, you know, being able to reach all of those for, say, time of use rates even, or an EV-specific rate, or even programs, is a challenge. And those customers engage with their vendors in different ways, and having different options and different pathways to reach those customers is really critical. So we want to be able to make sure there's an easy way to enroll customers and measure performance for these programs. And then again, for rates, and I think there was some discussion on the first panel around, you know, over time, we've sort of had this convergence of the very compelling EV rates and the whole premise or whole home rates. You know, one question I'd maybe want to pose this afternoon when we break out into our sort of discussion section of the day is, you know, is it time for maybe a renaissance of more compelling EV-specific rates that we used to have and have sort of faded away over time? You know, now that we have submetering more well established, you know, could that be a useful next step, is to revisit those rates? There's also not listed here, but there's also opportunity for bidirectional charging customers, whether there are emerging rates and programs specific to bidirectional chargers, making sure you can parse out those exports from other exports like from solar or net metering technologies or net billing tariff technologies, as well as for customers that want to do other behind-the-meter use cases with their bidirectional charging equipment, making sure that they can be sort of commingled with that, on the same service drop, but perhaps on a separate meter from that site load might be important. So you can do backup power, for example. Possible pathways, we've talked about EVSE, and I would say even within that, there's your external submeter, which we heard David talk about and list out a few examples on the last panel, and then embedded technologies, and then vehicle telematics, which I think is what we're here to talk about today. So an update, I think one of the requests for this session was what's changed since the last time we all met in 2022, I believe, or 2023, to discuss telematics. Well, one development has been that EPRI has conducted testing of a limited number of chargers and telematics systems to support an inquiry out of the New York Public Service Commission into submetering. The full report is available on the slide here. One thing that is important to note about this testing is the fundamental purpose was not to test equipment or to establish an accuracy standard, although that is some of the end goals of the overall effort. This specific EPRI effort and report is really about developing a testing protocol. So it's a very early step, but it's important context. When we look at that data, it's not necessarily saying, here's the definitive data around submetering and telematics accuracy. It's saying, we developed a testing protocol. In order to do that, along the way, we did have to test some equipment. In doing that, we found some interesting things. Sorry, again, formatting got a little skewed. A few takeaways, and these are VGIC's takeaways, not EPRI's, although the first one EPRI also did note in their report, is that, you know, most of today's telematics capabilities were not purpose-built for grid-facing use cases. So there are going to be a range of degrees of accuracy from this equipment and the aggregators or the platforms that manage the telematics data as well. And then the second takeaway, again, sorry about the formatting there. You can see on this chart here, it's clearly possible, right? Someone, and this is all anonymized data, but someone did do quite a good job of truing up the accuracy from what came straight off the vehicle into what was reported through that telematics provider. So that was one of our takeaways. We looked at that. We said, hey, look, there's three sort of data points, and so each of those bars in each chart is a different anonymous testing configuration. And it ranges a bit, but at least one person or one organization, company, you know, has done a great job. So it's clearly feasible if there's a clear ask and a clear standard. So one other thing we wanted to flag through this workshop, and again, we flagged this in I think the 2023 workshop as well, is that for programs, this telematics pathway is currently being used. So we're aware of PG&E's Charge Manager program, with WeaveGrid, BMW is charged forward with PG&E. That's been a long-standing effort. PG&E is their former EV Pulse program, also with WeaveGrid. And then outside of the IOUs, the CCAs, and I saw a comment pop up on the screen from Philip Governick from PCE. So I think there have been a lot of CCAs, including AVA Clean Energy. I think they just launched one with Optiwatt, and several others that have conducted or are currently conducting these telematics-based programs. So near term, one thing that we would like to recommend is expanding this sort of non-rate programmatic pathway for telematics. Specifically, we noted that ELRP subgroup A5, which is a compelling program for managed charging aggregations, is not currently open to this telematics pathway, and yet these other programs from PG&E, for example, are using this pathway. So there's just sort of that inconsistency. So bringing up the bottom here and creating consistency. And it's not necessarily that we think the commission needs to weigh in on whether PG&E's current programs are okay and can keep running. It's more that there are other programs where it seems logical to extend this pathway, including ELRP, which is the sort of top of mind one. But perhaps any other new programs that might come up, billed as demand response or managed charging or virtual power plant. And then long term, I'd like to talk about some ideas we have around expanding and using telematics for rate participation and for actual customer billing purposes, which sort of mirrors the submetering for the existing submetering protocol. So in terms of a quick win, again, ELRP, one thing that I believe I think this is all the right dates. When ELRP was first passed, and specifically that A5 group was stood up, we didn't have a submetering protocol yet. So the language in the ELRP decision said, we will allow submetering in ELRP, and that's up to the utilities and the providers to figure out how to make that work. And then if and when we do adopt a submetering protocol, then that will be the sort of de facto protocol for ELRP submetering. We would like to propose essentially just doing the same thing for telematics, saying, look, we don't yet have a fully scalable, standardized telematics protocol for submetering. But in ELRP, let's allow it anyway. And then, if and when there is a more scalable protocol for telematics, then ELRP would default to that. And I'm using ELRP actually more as an example, right? This could be any non-rate program approach if there were other ones that were approved or applied for, or they emerge in the next few years, for example. So that's a near-term quick win. Longer term, and frankly, these are some more challenging issues, but we're excited to share, I think, some more firm recommendations than we have in the past here. The first is around accuracy standards. We'd like to propose today, echoing the existing accuracy standard for in the PEV submetering protocol. That's the 1% in the lab, 2% in the field, NIST Handbook 44. Within the topic of accuracy, there are really two issues that we've learned from talking to our members, and they get conflated a lot. One is underreporting accuracy, so accounting for losses, right? This could be load on board the vehicle. It could be EVSE losses, home wiring losses, other losses along the way. So here we can, one potential solution is utilizing a scaling factor that can account for these losses. This could be calculated from that EPRI data. It could be come up with in another way. So excited to work with stakeholders to think through this in more detail, but just to get us started. On the other question, which is data reading accuracy, which is the data you're getting accurate, regardless of line losses, the actual onboard accuracy up to par. That's a problem we actually think the market will solve if we set a clear accuracy. So this is, or a clear accuracy standard. So this is overcoming a chicken or egg, right? We've had, I think for years, automakers maybe asking, hey, what do the utilities need? What is that bar we need to clear? And utilities asking, well, hey, OEMs, what are you capable of? And so maybe in an effort to overcome that, we set that NIST Handbook 44 standard, and then over time, the automotive industry and the telematics aggregators and partners in that space have a North Star that they can shoot for and improve their accuracy around that moving forward. And lastly, for the more of a long-term rate customer billing approach, addressing assigning charging to a location and to home base and to an actual customer and rate. Here we would point to CARB's LCFS geotagging methodology. Admittedly, I'm not sure if this was just updated or not in the most recent amendments, but the last time we checked, there is the 110-meter geofence around a home, and then a 220-meter geofence around a non-residential site. And that's the methodology that's been used in that setting. So there's precedent here. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And again, at least this is a way to get started in these conversations, and perhaps more work is needed. So to summarize, near-term clarification, perhaps through a ED-led resolution that states very explicitly telematics participation is permitted across all non-rate opportunities. As we know, they are already permitted in PG&E's programs and in several of the CCA programs. Near term, this would support more participation in ELRP, that's our hypothesis, and any new utility administered programs, whether they be funded through EPIC funds or LCFS or some other source. And then long run, maybe we can adopt that long-term scalable telematics submetering protocol, for example, using the NIST accuracy standard, thinking about maybe scalars that could be useful. And then other changes to the submetering protocol, to the extent we want to incorporate telematics into the submetering protocol, we want to make sure that protocol itself is streamlined. And so I think I would just refer to all the discussion that's already happened today on that front. These are things I maybe guess would be brought up, and I think David brought up at least this first item about validation and field testing. There's also file transfers and a whole host of other issues that other speakers spoke to very competently. So that's it for me. Thank you all, and looking forward to the questions after the next few presentations.
Good afternoon. I've been coming to these PUC meetings with mics like this for almost 20 years, and I still haven't figured out how the mics work yet, so here we go. So I'm Matthias Bell with WeaveGrid. I think it's always really helpful with conversations like this to understand where folks are coming from. My background, I spent about nearly a decade at RMI. I worked for Opower, and then I spent time at Excel Energy, where I was leading EV program strategy and policy across the company's opcos. Going back up, I will be the person that does this. Oops. Okay. Am I going back or forward? Back. I'm going back. Now, here, I will let you. Now you're going back. Yep. They're like inverted. It's a little bit tricky. Thank you so much, Shiva.
Yeah, of course. Sorry.
And then you have these animations.
It was supposed to have the first presentation, but we changed the plan.
We decided to defer to Zachary here to provide some additional perspective. So we've read, we think about California, and we think about the increasing number of electric vehicles coming onto the road and onto the grid, and we seek to support that by working with our utility partners, including investor-owned utilities like Pacific Gas and Electric and SoCal Edison, municipals and public power, and co-ops as well. Note, VGIC, Auto Innovators, WeaveGrid, none of us are OEMs, but in some fashion, all three of our organizations represent OEMs. In our case, we partner with many of the major global OEMs. We're also invested in and backed by several of those OEMs. And so as part of this presentation today, I really want to be bringing forward a lot of what we've heard from them over times when it comes to programs and rates like the submetering protocol. And then, of course, goes without saying, and I appreciate the morning perspectives, all this works when it makes sense for EV drivers, and we have to keep that in mind, and it's part of these discussions too. WeaveGrid's positions, I think everyone likes to say how their formatting's changed, but we'll work with it. I think when it comes to electric vehicles and telematics and supporting them in programs and submetering, it's important to keep this concept of affordable, reliable, and clean in mind. I'll go through three things that I want you all to take away. One is that not all telematics are created equal. They matter a lot by makes and models. They also matter by the kind of pathway that platforms like WeaveGrid are utilizing to capture the data and controls from the cars. Authorized integrations or direct integrations, they're continuing to improve. We are working with several, and I'll talk to how we're working with them to improve these for submetering purposes. And then I think third is the fact that already today, as Zach mentioned, these are well suited for load management applications. We're getting to a place where they're going to be better utilized against standards and protocols for submetering, and that's going to be almost on an OEM make and model over time. So I think I look at this room, I know almost every single one of you in here. We don't need to spend that much time on why telematics are good and being considered for these programs, but one, we all talk about these cars being software-defined vehicles or computers on wheels. It really does make it easier for customers to enroll in these programs and participate in these types of rates. I think two, telematics offers improved data insights. In particular, you can leverage state of charge, whether that's Coulomb counting or whether that's through voltage. And then I think third, enhanced flexibility. As there was a good question earlier in the morning, with telematics, you can think about these not just at one point in one location, but you can think about them throughout a whole utility service territory, whether they're charging at home or leveraging public charging. Goes without saying, though, EVSEs are an important part of this picture. I'm not here today to say telematics are going to solve everything. EVSEs and telematics work in concert with each other to provide coverage and provide a lot of the needs of the system and the customers. In terms of use cases for telematics, look, we talk about these things a lot. They're supported in time of use rates and demand response programs throughout the country. Increasingly, we're utilizing them as part of dynamic rates. In some cases, that's more from a submetering perspective. In other cases, it's using active managed charging to optimize the charging for the time of use rate. You can see that in that second image. And then I think third, really importantly, EVs disproportionately impact the distribution system. So what can we do from a managed charging perspective to minimize those non-coincident peaks? And particularly, what can we do to optimize charging for downstream infrastructure like feeders and secondary transformers? You know, it's not a good panel or workshop if you don't get a little bit spicy here. I think it's really important to talk about here too that telematics data and controls vary quite a bit right now between OEM makes and models, but also how they're being accessed. Happy to take additional Q&A on this, but there are unauthorized pathways, which we need to be very clear. Many platforms are using these unauthorized pathways, and by unauthorized, I mean unauthorized by the automakers themselves. Sometimes that's called screen scraping. Sometimes that's called reverse engineering of APIs. I've seen some companies call these customer APIs, but we need to be really clear that they are unauthorized by the automakers, and that has implications for this workshop in that it's very difficult to improve the accuracy of telematics when the automaker doesn't even know these telematics are being accessed. There's two flavors of authorized telematics. One is documented commercially available APIs. Many people talk about the Tesla Fleet API as one, but let's be clear. This is not just about telematics and automakers. There are publicly commercial APIs in real estate, in construction, in banking, and it's important, like this is a standard best practice. This is what all software industries are using to be reliable and accurate. The other flavor of this comes through more custom partner integrations. You might say, like, Matthias, well, what's the real difference? What's the real nuance? I want to make sure I'm clear. Both of these are on the level. They are very good to be utilizing. What the custom partner integrations really bring is, okay, there's a standard API. You can do additional things from, say, like IT perspective to enable better enrollments, or an operations technology perspective to say, get the cars ready for V2X applications. But both of these types of pathways, going to this next slide, when we think about this from a customer perspective, a platform perspective, and an OEM perspective, it's providing that visibility for improvement. And the top one, direct authorized, this is what we generally think of when we think about software and how we're either using our banking apps or how we're using cars in a managed charging program. It's really important to be clear on, say, reverse engineering or screen scraping and what those limitations really are. The OEM's not providing direct access when the customer signs the T's and C's. Instead, what's happening here is you're leveraging the user credentials or the username and password of the customer to access the app. Once you have that, once you have those user credentials, a platform can then go into the user mobile app and either take data from the app or connect to reverse engineer to API endpoints on the OEM's cloud to try to access this data or access the data that they can. That's limited. Rather than getting a full stream of data, you're often pinging the car often to get continued states of what's going on with the vehicle. And then the OEM, when it comes to how do you work to improve these things, they're left in the dark, for lack of a better term. They don't know who's connecting and how they're connecting and what applications are really being used. Direct to authorized is very different. In this case, you're leveraging what's either in the CAN bus or you're leveraging what's on the OEM's cloud, and you're designing a spec with the automaker through collaboration to best support these from a managed charging perspective. So hopefully that's clear on why, from WeaveGrid's perspective, but it's not just WeaveGrid, there are other platforms that feel direct and authorized integrations are much better, and many utilities and other commissions have suggested that similarly. In terms of work to improve the telematics for submetering purposes, I'd say there's three big work streams that's going on with the OEMs we work with, and we have a testing facility in Ypsilanti, Michigan. You gotta rep Michigan wherever you are. So one is improving the data specs. Right now, we think about vehicles from a software perspective, software-defined vehicles. It's really important to be updating those specs to best serve the grid functions. We talk about that in terms of enabling them to become grid interactive vehicles and getting the data fields and data structures in place to overall meet data specs over time. I think second, we've talked about this, some OEMs, some makes and models already have the sensor equipment in them in order to accurately measure current to essentially act as submeters. Many do not. This is one of these chicken and egg things that we find with our automaker partners. It's not expensive. It costs less than $10 to put that sensor equipment in. But OEMs look at this from a pennies, quarters, dollars perspectives and want to make sure every one of those is well utilized. If California doesn't have a protocol for them to follow, they're not going to make that investment. And that's why forums like this are really important to send that signal of, yes, this is valuable. Yes, this is something we're looking to. So they are willing to make the investments to meet the specifications to truly use vehicles for submetering purposes. And then I think third, it goes without saying, like, we can seek to meet things like ANSI specs over time, but it's really helpful to really set the benchmarks and the goalposts so that as companies like WeaveGrid are working with automakers, we're doing it in a way that over time meets the specifications that we want for programs and rates. I think it goes without saying, these applications are being used in other states today with the telematics data we have. In say like Maryland, we have a waiver, so recognition that this stuff's not always 1%, 2% accurate, but it can be close enough, particularly when acting behind a primary meter, to serve time of use rates. That is one option for California, is to offer a waiver to telematics to be used for submetering purposes. That is an important policy question. And again, I think it depends on the make and model. The other bit, and I'll continue to emphasize here, is from load management purposes, this data is much more accurate across OEMs than what we've seen from other OEMs like thermostats, for instance. This stuff is already well equipped today to be participating in any type of load use function, whether that's actively managed charging for a dynamic rate or something I think we feel really is important around distribution optimization and distribution orchestration. I think last bit, I'll just wrap up here. Lots of good discussion today. From a policy perspective, I think continuing to support pilots around submetering to get better sense like New York has around the real world data accuracy, and continue to utilize these things to understand in what ways it's improving over time to give OEMs the opportunity to work out some of the kinks. I think second, these types of workshops and forums are a really good place to have these discussions to better understand what are the utility needs, what are the customer needs, what are the OEM needs. Again, really appreciate Energy Division for bringing us together here today. I think last, I'll continue to emphasize this, is that telematics, as Zach mentioned, are really well equipped for load management programs today. So while we're still figuring out the submetering protocols, there's no reason to press the pause button or hold us back from doing more with load management, as we need this with the hundreds of thousands and millions of electric vehicles coming out of the California grid today. So that's me, and I'll pass things over to Nancy here.
Thank you very much, both of you, VGIC and VPGrid, especially impressive having this presentation right after the launch. I know it's the toughest time of the day for presenting, but you managed to keep us awake, both of you. And
I'm checking the room if that's true. I'm fact-checking Shiva. I don't know about that person over there. No, we're good.
Yeah, we will stay awake and not dreaming about the dessert until the next break, and we'll move to Nancy.
Okay, great. Thanks, Shiva and Em, for organizing today's workshop. It's something I've been looking forward to for quite some time. So I'll start by saying I'm looking out at this room and thinking I've been haunting this room for a quarter century. I'm not sure it's been redecorated in that time, but I've sat in pretty much every seat here, from those out there to the front of this table, to this side of the table, to the dais. And it's great to be here today on behalf of pretty much the entire auto industry. So today I work as a consultant. My company is eMobility Advisors, and one of our clients is the Alliance for Automotive Innovation. So I'll complement what you've heard from Zach and Matthias with kind of a broader and less technical perspective from based upon the work I do with the Alliance. So I'll say a little bit more about Auto Innovators, as we refer to them for short. Then I'll talk about a vehicle grid integration white paper that Auto Innovators released last year that has our broader general recommendations for implementing vehicle grid integration, and then talk about some forums that we held in the first quarter of this year with a cross-section of utilities and a wide cross-section of our members as well. So Auto Innovators is a national trade association formed from the merger of what used to be two trade associations for the auto industry. Its membership is comprised of the companies that make over 99% of the autos sold in the U.S. So basically, it's everybody except for the Teslas and Rivians and the BYDs, the new electric-only companies. So you're really, you're hearing from, by and large, you're hearing from the auto industry when I speak today. And let's see, what's the other thing I was going to say about that? Well, anyway, let's keep going. Anyway, so, but, sorry, what I was going to say is that my company specifically advises one of many working groups which inform the policy positions that Auto Innovators take. So I work specifically with the ZEV Infrastructure Working Group. John Holmes, who you've heard from a few times, is one of Honda's representatives on that group, and there's representatives from, again, all the automakers that you see and some of the Tier 1 suppliers listed in that slide as well. So, and we have been regular interveners in the TE policy dockets here at the Commission, including the Drive OIR that led to the decision that you heard about earlier today. And we had some specific recommendations regarding telematics back in 2022, which maybe weren't ripe then, but perhaps are ripe today. So, as I said, last year, Alliance for Automotive Innovation released a VGI white paper. It's available on Auto Innovators' website. There's a hot link in the slides. It builds on some guiding principles for ZEV infrastructure that Auto Innovators the working group adopted a couple of years earlier, which you can also find on the website. And again, there's a hot link here. The purpose of the paper was really to recognized that the auto industry and the electric power industry, which historically were really, operated more or less completely separately from each other, we were sort of customers for each other's products, but not intertwined in the way that EVs will bring us together, that these industries are really converging, and we need to work together in a way that yields benefits both to EV drivers and to the customers, all customers of electric utilities, not just those that drive EVs, but so-called non-participating customers, to use the language common in this room. And so our paper starts with, this definition of what win-win looks to us that really spells out that, again, there need to be benefits for both groups. And the recommendations that are in this paper really proceed from that point. There's three main areas addressed in the paper. One is Auto Innovators' recommendations for EV rates and managed charging programs, both on the C&I and the residential side. And then discussions around standards and policies needed to enable and advance commercialization of two key technologies. One is telematics, the other one is bidirectional charging. So I will take a couple of minutes to summarize those recommendations. I'm not going to read all of this to you. You can read these. This is a subset of the recommendations that are, I think, relevant to today's discussion. There are more in the paper. So ones I, particularly want to flag for you are, first of all, Auto Innovators strongly supports the availability of ideally a portfolio of optional rates and managed charging for EV customers so that EV drivers, so that they can sort themselves into rates and programs that really match how they drive and their appetite for risk on their utility bill and, enthusiasm around actively or passively managing their charging. We believe that telematics data is a crucial tool to lower the cost of implementing those kinds of programs and rates at scale. Therefore, we would like utilities to move expeditiously and in partnership with OEMs to validate and that, the validity of the accuracy of that data, and I think more importantly, its suitability for determining compensation in, again, a variety of rates and managed charging programs. And, a desire to do this at a national level so we don't wind up with the patchwork quilt that, somebody talked about earlier this morning for companies that operate not only all over the United States, but all over the world. The key is to try to get things as standardized as possible. So that, that's really kind of where we're coming from on telematics and rates. Just looking to see if there's anything else I want to add here before I move on. One thing that I will say that is, this is something that is not widely agreed upon, but OEMs are generally united behind the idea that drivers should have access to EV-only rates as well as whole house rates, and that some customers may be comfortable, actively managing in some way, this big load, which can have a huge impact on their bill, while they may not want to think as much about when they run the dishwasher or do laundry. And, there's a real interest in partnering with utilities to develop these rates and programs and the enabling technology. So following the release of the white paper, we decided it was important to open up a dialogue with the utility industry. And so during the first quarter of this year, Auto Innovators hosted 3 virtual OEM utility forums. So these were held in January and February. We organized them in collaboration with Edison Electric Institute, American Public Power Association, and National Rural Electric Cooperatives Association. So the objective, and we realized this objective, was to get a real cross-section of utilities from all across the U.S. in the room to give us feedback and participate in a dialogue with OEMs about these recommendations and how to move forward with them. And, in addition to that kind of feedback, we really wanted to hear from a variety of utilities what they have learned from the pilots they've implemented to date. The New York utilities actually do have, are operating managed charging rates and programs, or EV rates and programs at scale now, at mass market scale, including using telematics. So we had a spokesperson from National Grid talking about their experience, and another spokesperson from XL Energy, which also has been working in the space for several years. We had participation from all three California IOUs, either as members of the audience or as panelists. So we had really, and then we heard a lot from, POUs, large and small, and co-ops, large and small. So it was, really good participation. We had 3 forums, one on rates and managed charging for EVs, one on standards and technology for telematics and vehicle to everything, and one on, what do we do? I mean, this is the question I get asked over and over again by OEMs is, what's it going to take to scale up from all these pilots? Enough with the pilots. How do we scale up to managed charging programs? And I think I'm not going to talk about that now. I know it's a topic teed up for tomorrow's forum, but I think they got some good education from utilities, large and small, about why it's not so easy. So we intend to follow up with some hands-on working sessions, in-person working sessions later this year, and to try to turn some of the recommendations that came out of these forums into some concrete next steps, which could be pursued, here in California, or potentially on a national platform. We're having conversations with the Department of Energy's Vehicle Technologies Office about their ability to do that. Maybe VGIC, there's a number of entities that potentially could take the ball. So I want to summarize some of the relevant themes that came up in the forums, and then turn to, I think, some of the conclusions based on those. So first of all, I mean, it came across loud and clear that utilities and OEMs are both concerned about affordability, but they look at it through different lenses. The OEM is concerned about the total operating cost, total cost of ownership of the EV, and driving that down over time. So there's a more favorable value proposition relative to conventional alternatives. So rates or access to being able to provide grid services in exchange for compensation are obviously a critical component of, along with lowering the cost of the vehicle and battery, critical components in driving down total cost of ownership. Utilities care about the affordability of bills for all ratepayers and are interested in seeing the promise of EVs putting downward pressure on rates, fully realized. And, and there is some indication, somebody this morning, I think from PG&E talked about how, there are studies which indicate that is already happening here to some extent, and we believe there's a lot more potential. Although we had a really diverse group of utilities, again, that participated in these forums, there was, a general interest in coalescing around some best practices that utilities don't have to discover on their own, but can pretty readily take up. And again, VGIC, SEPA, the industry trade associations have all been really good vectors for that. But we think with further discussions, we can put a finer point on some of those specifically with respect to telematics, V2X, and EV rates and programs. There was, I would say, a widespread agreement by utilities and OEM participants alike that harnessing the capabilities of the telematics systems that are on cars today, cars and light trucks, is a key element of driving cost out of the operations of EV rates and managed charging programs, and generating more value to share among the various participants along that value chain. But also an appreciation that there are some real challenges to doing that. It's not simply a matter of doing kind of a simple red line on the submetering protocol that was adopted, 3 years ago, that there's, that there's more work to do there. Also a recognition that, simple customer interfaces that make it easy to set it and forget it are critical, that, some degree of education so that customers, know what's possible and know how to use it. Is important. A general recognition, I would say, that really OEMs as the source of the product, the vehicle itself, are probably best situated to design and educate their customers about those products. Let's see. Also, we talked about how to date, in the many pilots and programs that have been implemented across the country, utilities and OEMs have generally seen strong price responsiveness in pilots and programs. Not all of them. Some of them weren't well designed, but, there's a sense that there's a big reservoir that's there, and particularly in a component of the market that we haven't really talked about very much today, which is residential charging by individuals who own EVs, and that we really just begun to scratch the surface on what we can realize from that group of customers. I will note, by the way, that particularly the largest OEMs, Ford, GM, Stellantis in particular, some of them, like, they sell up to 20% of their vehicles are sold to fleet. Some of them also make medium-duty vehicles. And, so the commercial opportunities that were primarily discussed before lunch are, of interest to many of them. So I want to close by just talking about some of the kind of the main conclusions. Something that I think is critical to the framing of these conclusions is that both the utilities and the OEMs who showed up in these forums, kind of each one looked at the other one and they said, you should standardize your offerings more. You should standardize your offerings more. And I see the challenge that lies ahead of us as we move forward from these forums as, building a bridge. So, imagine they're standing on, both sides of the Golden Gate, 100 years ago, looking across at each other. And, we need to build that bridge out from either side with a plan where it's going to meet in the middle and not go like this. So that's really what we see as the next steps. And we intend to convene, as I said, some hands-on workshops to try to move in that direction. Let's see, I don't want to go through all of these. In fact, I can't even read them. But let me just talk about some of the possible areas of collaboration here, because I think both Zach and Matthias already touched on them. But I think one of the things that we really want to see if we can arrive at is kind of what are the nice-to-haves versus the must-haves to make better use of telematics data, particularly both for managing charging and as a source of submetering to use for compensation purposes. One thing that the New York Public Service Commission highlighted 3-4 years ago when they issued the order that led to the report that Zach talked about is the commission posed the question, sort of what's good enough for different types of programs. So if something's just a peak time rebate, like never charge between 5 and 8 for a whole month, maybe the data doesn't have to be as accurate as if you're doing, or is free of gaps. I mean, it's not just accuracy. There's other aspects of data quality, but maybe the data doesn't have to be as good for like a simple program versus a sophisticated time of use rate. So can we establish some, generalized use cases and the must-haves and nice-to-haves associated with those? And the value of doing that is to really give the utilities something to aim at when they think about upgrading billing systems, and to give OEMs something to aim at when they think about, these decisions that are made, as I think Matthias said, in terms of, quarters and dimes and frankly pennies about what to invest in, the capabilities and the equipment that are included in the car. I mean, every stitch in the seat, of a car, every little dial or not dial anymore because of, touchpads, all of that, the telematics capabilities and what they can do, and those sensors that are relatively inexpensive, they have to compete with all the other things that, are on the vehicle. So that's where we're headed. We would like to see, California be part of that. We'll be inviting California utilities to participate in these workshops. They, again, were very constructive participants in the virtual forums that we had. And I'll close by, here's some more hot links in here to Auto Innovator's website if you want to know more about their positions across the entire spectrum of, safety, environmental, and other issues that, relate to the auto industry, and then specifically ZEBs and ZEB infrastructure. And then those are links, again, to the guiding principles in the white paper. So thanks again for inviting me and for the opportunity to speak to you all today and for your attention.
Thank you so much for accepting the short notice of our invitation, and also all the details and recommendations that you could make. We are going to have the Q&A session. Like before, for people in the room, please feel free to use the podium. And for people who are participating virtually, please feel free to just write down your question in the chat box, and we will read it aloud.
So, Matthias and Nancy, this is a question from me. I'm Trucks with the CPUC's Energy Division about the nickels and dimes for getting the OEMs to install this equipment in. Understanding that you're waiting for some type of standardization to be in place for the OEMs to make this investment. The cycle timing that the OEMs have and how long those vehicles are on the road for, do you have an estimate for how long it will take for fleets to get the equipment in the vehicles once something is adopted or seems to be becoming adopted, and how long that will take to get to scale for most vehicles?
You look like you want to say something, Matthias.
I'm happy to go first. I really appreciate the question. These are the sort of bits that you're not making the whole car here, and you're not redesigning the whole car, and it is really important to think about things from a grid timelines perspective and an automaker timeline perspective. We've been working with some automakers that have said, like, yeah, we can get this in our cars within the next model year or two. And again, it's not literally pennies, I should say. Specs we've seen are like $3 to $5, but again, that comes at the cost of like a better HVAC control and other things to be considering in each car model year. And so with that signal, we were working with one OEM that said like, hey, we can do this really quickly. And then your scale question is really important. That's one thing automakers are really great at. Because of this production cost-based manufacturing, once they decide to put it in, it's in all the cars. And so that sets up really, really well once there's kind of that signal and that recognition.
Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, I think it's important to understand that the OEMs are in very different places with regard to their telematics systems. They have, used them historically and today continue to use them for different purposes. And, but the core is that they're, the cars are stuffed with sensors and microprocessors and communications and have communications capabilities. So, there is the potential to leverage them to that end. And, the reason that we're recommending, saying like, give us a target to aim at is that individual OEMs can then make that decision about whether or not to make those investments, the speed at which to implement them, based on their view, from what their understanding of their customers about what the value proposition looks like to the individual customer. So some of them, as Matthias said, could move quite quickly. Others could move quickly but might choose not to.
And while we're getting an in-person comment question, just read a comment from Jarrett Bailu from EV Energy. This is in regards, I think, Zach, your discussion, that to his knowledge, no commission has provided a position on integrating telematics. Some utilities and companies have preferences, and on the other side, OEMs don't have OEM authorized integration that are available for use. So customers' authorized integration can be relied on in some cases, or a large proportion of EV drivers are excluded from load management programs. So I think this is also a cart, chicken or egg type of thing too. Like, who's going to blink first? Or not blink, but go first.
Yeah, if I'm understanding correctly, the question is commission guidance as it relates to some of the distinctions that Matthias was drawing between the integrated and or between the various approaches for telematics. Yeah, I am aware of, as Matthias mentioned, the Maryland waiver. New York, of course, has, as Nancy mentioned, I think the largest telematics, and it's massive. They just submitted their managed charging program report, and they have some well over 50% of their EV customers enrolled in those programs. It's really impressive. But if I'm understanding correctly the question, Jared, I don't know if commissions have drawn clear lines around the various definitions of sort of different levels, I suppose, if you will, of telematics and some of those that Matthias mentioned earlier.
I'll just say, I mean, I think this has been a little bit of a sleeper issue that has kind of crept along under the radar and frankly has given telematics data a bad name. and it's really kind of come out in the surface, or come out into the open in the last year or so. And, you know, that's an example of something this commission could take on head on. The mic's not on, is it?
Okay. Ben Mothershead from PG&E. So my question to the panel, and I want to preface it by saying, ultimately, submetering is about how energy, 100% of which is going to be metered by the main meter and paid for by the customer because of that main meter, is allocated into one rate bucket or another, right? So with that being said, to what extent do you think that telematics in its current state could be good enough for submetering? And do you think that if we were to design like time variant EV rates, that EV only rates that you know, took advantage of that, would the various direct and co-benefits of having telematics, so load shaping, lower, you know, much lower cost to entry, no hardware needed, ease of use, et cetera, outweigh the potential misallocation of a small percentage of the total kilowatt hours into one rate bucket or another? Do you think this is something we should look into or study?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll say that that's a great perspective, Ben, because you're absolutely right. You're capturing the kilowatt hours correctly at the primary meter. And so if there's inaccuracy, it's about how much is being billed on peak or off peak. With both EVSCs, before some of the protocols that have passed, and telematics, there's been several states that have issued waivers with exactly that justification.
Yeah.
That includes Colorado, it includes Wisconsin, it includes Minnesota, it includes Maryland, it includes New York. There's precedents from other states for doing that with exactly that logic.
Right, I'm glad you brought that up, because I do think it's the subtractive context, and that's one that Auto Innovators has stressed in its comments, is that there's not a risk of energy not being paid for.
Right.
You know, it's how it gets allocated. So, and across a broad population, so if you're thinking about the overall impact on the general body of ratepayers, you know, those things, you know, sort of shifted a little bit at my house this way, a little bit at your house that way, you know, that may very well even out. And that's exactly the kind of thing that, you know, should be evaluated and might very well be evaluated through simulation studies, you know, on a desktop.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I keep coming back to is it's like, are we going to make customers spend hundreds to thousands of dollars to deploy all this infrastructure, which they either have to own or, I mean, utilities can't own right now, but there's a big question there over how that's going to work. And then what are we getting for all of that outlay and all of that maintenance? And could we get something that's good enough, could be improved in the future, and will still accomplish all of these goals that especially you alluded to earlier, Zach?
Yeah, I would add, I'm not sure I'd agree that it's like an either or. Like, I really think we create the opportunity to have submetering through several pathways, including telematics, and then let customers flock to whatever works best for them and their sort of internal cost-benefit calculations or behavioral sort of preferences. But yeah, in addition to what Nancy just said about almost sort of the averaging out of inaccuracy, I mentioned earlier about line losses. And so, like, there's, I think, a reasonable argument that, like, likely, and we would need to study, but likely a bad case scenario for inaccuracy means the customers might be paying more on their whole home or on their home rate or their premise rate than on their telematics or submetered rate. So not only are all kilowatt hours accounted for, but the issue of like any sort of, I'm going to use this word cost shift, but not with like all the normal baggage of it, I think is even further not that big of a deal. If I could say it kind of casually, because like, yeah, if anything, you might actually, it's not going to be like everyone subsidizing EV owners. It might, if anything, be the other way around a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, and I would assume that if we can get data from the chargers directly, compare that to what we're getting off the vehicle, I mean, that's just another data point that we can use to refine.
Yeah, and that's what
every
kind of did. They put like meters several places along the chain and compared or at least they developed a testing protocol to do that. So there's some foundation there to study this further. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Awesome, and we will have a break until 3 o'clock, and we can start the discussion panel number 4. Thank you. You know, we're going to start, sorry. We will shift to panel number 4, fostering collaborative solution and having an open discussion as the closing, and then we will go to the next steps for each stakeholder. But in this session, we are focusing on identifying solutions to the challenges that CPUC have been identified so far, and some good outstanding questions that we heard from different stakeholders. And in our researches, this panel is split into 2 key points. The first one is submetering challenges, and the second part is telematics challenges. For each topic, we'll start by reviewing a summary table of identified challenges. Then I will walk us through a few outstanding questions to help us guide the discussion. The goal here is to hear directly from stakeholders, whether you are an IOU, MDMA, or a partner, OEM, or telematics provider, about how you are experiencing and what you're thinking about the issues and path forward might look like. Let's begin with the submetering challenges. I will start by showing the table of issues we've identified, and please feel free to come up line on the podium. But before that, I will just give a little bit of clarification. In this table, we will see the first one, considering the data transfer within the protocol section number 4, covering MDMA to utility communications. CPUC requires use of PEV profile of energy service provider interface, or ESPI data format, to standardize the interface for energy usage information, or EUI, sharing between customers designated data custodian, for example, UDC, as an authorized third-party MDMA. But there were challenges in using the ESPI format. We want to talk about a little bit about this. It was notable that utilities chose a different format, which is California Metering Exchange Protocol. If CPUC changed the requirements to permit other billing communication, how you believe this would challenge the advancement or change it of the submetering? Are there any other recommendations or considerations CPUC should consider? As a next identified challenge, we have cybersecurity and communication protocol to transport data between the MDMA and the IOU. IOUs with the active programs have implemented Secure File Transfer Protocol, or SFTP. What were the challenges in using methods compatible with transport layer security called TLS? We want you to think about this and please let us know what you think. What should CPUC consider in the use of IOUs using SFTP? And as a last one, we want to talk about certification in submitters. We understand that IOUs are requiring MDMAs to certify a random sample of their meters every year. This is inconsistent with the requirements laid out by CTEP or for electric submitters, which is every 10 years for sealed certified devices instead of every year. What should CPUC consider in a choice to require MDMAs to certify every year? And please let us know what you think about these 2 different standards. As a second slide for outstanding questions, we have just a guidance, a few more questions for guidance of this discussion. So until now, we know the areas that we want to discuss, but just for a little bit more guidance, we have the first question based on what you've heard today, or about your experience, how can IOUs improve the MDMA approval process? The second question is about how can other entities and the stakeholders in the process support potential MDMA candidates in navigating and overcoming these barriers? Number three is how's the industry aligning with required standards for submitter devices, including accuracy, communication, and annual testing. Do you think these requirements are necessary or does it need any updates? And number four, from your perspective, how valuable is submetering for customers? What opportunities or limitations do you see in how currently being offered by IOUs women? And please feel free to start that discussion. As always, people in the room can feel free to come up to the podium, and people who are attending virtually, please write down your question in the chat box and we will read it out aloud.
So one question I also want to add and come up to if you have a response or question to add to a question. But we heard from the MDMAs earlier, two that participate in the panel, that the current Commission's exclusion of net energy metering customers from participation in submetering is a major hurdle in getting a lot of customers involved. If the stakeholders who were involved in the 2022 decision could just weigh in on the initial thoughts that you had about why NEM was excluded from the protocol. What are the issues that the Commission needs to resolve or address in order to let NEM customers join in and using some metering too? So I'll just stop there. And if you had another question or comment, feel free to respond to that, but yeah.
And also, if you need me to change the slides to go over the details that I showed before, just please let me know.
Sure. So James McCloskey from San Diego Gas and Electric. Yeah, I think I can do my best to answer a lot of the questions and give feedback. So if you can go to the last slide, we'll start there, and then I'll tackle each of these and give you some NEM perspective as well. So once again, SDG&E, we've done the submetering implementation. So we did all the scope that we were required to do for both S-Core and M-Core scenarios. We're still awaiting an MDMA partner. So when it comes to data transfer, data quality, and standards, the SB format, just in conversation with MDMAs back in 2022 and even previously, it was more cumbersome to work with. It wasn't that we as a utility couldn't receive it and process it. It's just that people's data systems didn't naturally format data in SB, so it was a transformation that they would have to do to get into that file format. The protocol that we've adopted that we're using the CSV files effectively that get SFTP'd over, which was just kind of a bare bones basic way of transferring data. We heard earlier that there was maybe a preference for APIs. That gets a little bit more tricky because maybe not every company is sophisticated. If you're sophisticated enough to use APIs, you're sophisticated enough to work with CSV files and SFTP them. So CSVs and SFTPing CSVs is kind of a baseline. What we did in our implementation is there's effectively 3 CSV files of note, 2 that are inbound and 1 that is picked up by the EVSP, or the MDMA. So the inbound one is the meter data file that's used for billing. And then there's an enrollment file, which is, of course, a prerequisite before the meter data. And then we have an enrollment response. So the enrollment file comes into us. We receive it. We then create an enrollment file that can be picked up via SFTP every day so that they know who's enrolled. And then there's the meter data file. And that's it. That's like bare bones, the minimum you need to make submetering work. And when I talk about NEM in a little bit, I'll give you more perspective on there may be enhancements needed there. On the cybersecurity and communication protocol front, this is one that you can go back and forth on. Usually, because this data is generally inbound and we're not necessarily sharing PII because we're using customer identification number aliases that are kind of aliases. Long story short, they're really, SFTP is secure and should be sufficient for the interchange between an MDMA and the utility. It's possible to use other encryption schemes and systems and methodologies for transferring data, but this works or should work and won't put people's data at risk. provided we're doing the appropriate monitoring and cybersecurity protocols that we're already doing. And then on the certification and cost category, which is the CTEP certification and reviewing the meters, the third-party meters or the MDMA's devices in the field, the utility isn't doing that. So that's, of course, part of the cost of business of any potential MDMA. And I think that is worth discussion of how necessary is that? How often should the devices be checked? Are there other not physical inspections that can be performed, whether you're getting a software like a heartbeat response or something like that? But that's really kind of for the MDMAs to propose what's the best way that they can certify that their devices are still functioning correctly. Because we as a utility set the gold standard of we're using accurate devices for accurate utility billing. And we have right now parity with third-party devices, MDMA devices, of kind of a parity of requirements. And there's a potential to whittle those down to make it less of a barrier for third-party devices to come in. But of course, the risk is the accuracy of utility billing. So if inaccurate data was used on utility bills, that would be a bad customer experience. And then can you go to the next slide? So how can IOUs improve the MDMA approval process? Right now, the approval process is with SCE. Well, actually, it's two parts. The first part is getting the hardware approved, which is through SCE, which we kind of heard on the panel that it was the first company who went through was painful, but they've streamlined it. My understanding is SCE has a pretty streamlined process of filling out forms and self-certifications and so on, and maybe Aaron can speak to that in a little bit. The second part is after the device is on SCE's approved product list, you then have to do the integrations and the testing with each utility. And that's those three files that I was talking about. So with the conversations that I've had with MDMAs, it didn't seem like the barrier was their ability to create these data files or to SFTP them. The barrier was there value in this for them? Were they going to make money participating in submetering? Number two, how can other entities and stakeholders support potential MDMA candidates in navigating and overcoming the barriers? One thing to point out is not SDG&E and myself, we are not recommending we do this, but in the pilots, the MDMAs were subsidized, or they were incentivized, they were compensated for their participation. And that is a gap, right? If they're trying to do this and they have to get paid somehow. So in the pilots, the utilities pay them to participate. Right now, they're going to potentially collect that money from their customers. And that means that for an MDMA to participate in submetering versus a customer picking a different solution, the submetering solution is probably going to end up costing more because they're passing that cost on to their customer. So that is a barrier right now that I've anecdotally observed in conversations with some of the MDMAs. How is the industry aligning with required standards for submeter devices, including accuracy, communication, annual testing? This is once again kind of, I think, open for discussion if we want to lower the standards, lower the requirements on what accurate data what data gets used in billing. I think we talked about the S-Corps, the single customer record scenario on the telematics panel, where if it's someone's residential house and it's the same submeter, same house, you subtract one from the other, you don't end up having that much risk because it's the same customer and it's like the energy is all being accounted for. If it's a multiple customer record scenario and you're billing with inaccurate data, you're now potentially putting one customer A at risk because the data from customer B is of a lower quality or not as accurate or reliable. So potentially putting barriers on or guardrails on maybe inaccurate data with lower requirements only applies to single customer record might be one pathway. But in the M-Corps scenario, it's who you're kind of picking who gets accurate bills, which potentially, if there's questions of data quality and data accuracy. On one of the panels earlier, there were questions of data quality and data accuracy with utilities. This is our bread and butter, our core competency. We've been doing it for 100 years. We have a bunch of meters, and we know how to get accurate data from them and put it on people's bills. And now we're with third-party meters, the MDMAs are kind of having to learn about validation, estimation, and editing, right? Data that comes in with gaps, data that comes in with spikes, time shifts, register shifts. It's kind of a big deal when this is all new and you're just like, oh, I'm just going to take the data, package it up, and send it off. Well, if you send bad data and that ends up on a bill, Now the utility is not happy. I think the way that we're mitigating that or planning on mitigating that when we have a partner is through the review of the data quality. So how many times, becoming effectively the police of submetering, of how many times bad data came in, and you giving that feedback to try and incentivize improvements to make sure that good data comes in. The last one here on the slide, from your perspective, how valuable is submetering for customers? What opportunities or limitations you see? Like I was mentioning before, I have some cost analysis in the at least with SCG's rates. In the residential use case, it's kind of a wash on one time of use rate versus another, and they're generally better off with a whole house rate. But in the commercial use case, it does save people money. So not going to hammer on that one. The last thing to mention is NEM. So we were talking about NEM and what are the ways to make NEM work. And this is really tricky because it comes down to trust. So right now, in an example, just to kind of throw some numbers out there, looking at one 15-minute interval. So you have the utility meter, let's say it has 10 kWh recorded. And we're assuming that NEM is, this is not the NEM scenario. So utility meter is 10 kWh. And then we're talking about the submeter. So if the submeter came in at 5 kWh, it's logical, it makes sense. The 5 kWh is less than the 10, and we can do the subtraction. So your final bill is 5 and 5. If there was NEM in the situation and there was an issue that can pop up is what if that submeter value is wrong? So now let's talk about the 10 kWh on the main meter and 100 kWh on the submeter. Without NEM, we would throw that interval out. We would say it's not physically possible for the submeter to measure 100 kWh, right? That's bad data. It was a spike, something, or a shift, or something weird happened, right? But we're trusting our utility meter, that third-party data we didn't want to use. In an NEM scenario, you have to take it in and then you subtract it out, and now you're in a situation where you've just put bad data with a spike that can cause a problem. One potential mitigation on that is capping the third-party meter data of saying, here's the sum of the KW rating of the devices. It's not something that we've implemented because this would, of course, require future development. But if we say that if they sent over 100, but we know the cap is supposed to be 10, then we've reduced that to 10 or something like that. So some sort of interval capping methodology. Once again, that's like an okay solution, but the problem is trust, right? That's the big issue with NEM. I'm open to hearing other people's ideas on why they think that they're going to send good quality meter data, but over the 9 years I've been working with the spikes, the gaps, the shifts, it just, bad data comes in sometimes. You gotta process it correctly. I don't know if there's any questions. I can go sit back down and respond to other people.
Thank you very much. That was great. Yeah, great details. About the first one, maybe I need to make it a little bit more clear. And I would like to invite the NDMA company if they want to comment on this things again. But as the first, I'm talking about the table. Maybe I need to make clear the first one a little bit. About the ESPI, as you said, the companies who have the more upgraded system, they're fancy enough can be able to support ESPI. But the purpose of this table is how we can manage the costs of the MDMA to make their cost less. For example, with the annual, if they don't need to have the annual requirements of the testing both on the field or in the lab, if they can do it like every 10 years, it's going to be so much cheaper. Or for the databases of ESPI, I don't know if ESPI is still on Access, can be shareable or not as a database. But if the database of a utility could be shared with an MDMA, maybe the cost can be so much lower rather than just making these things. So here in CPUC, we did some research and interviews with MDMA companies, telematics providers, before holding this workshop, and that's the points that we heard also from them, and the problems that they were saying, their points, and how we can improve this. And these are all made from those researchers. So if any MDMA wants to add to these points and support it seems we have retractor. Thank you so much.
Here's a real one.
One more thing, sorry, before you start, as how IOUs can improve the process of it. For most of the NDMA, what we've heard it was we dropped off of the process, or we couldn't hear it back from the process. We couldn't have be able to receive a package that can have a very clear instruction of what we can do. So also, it's not about changing the process, but maybe it's a little bit out of it, more basic like communication and preparing a package specifically by SCE. Maybe if they reach out to SCE, which Grid Tractor let us know. So there is a lot of part of it, not just changing the process. Thank you.
My telescope on. Okay, so in terms of the data format, I mean, I think that any company that's working with this stuff can pretty much generate any format. It's kind of, I don't know that overlap between a company that can do everything else and doesn't know how to work with APIs. I mean, that's a lot easier than everything we're being asked to do. So putting it into CSVs feels very 1998. I don't know why. But the bigger issue with the data standards, and this is something that we get into with our silos, is we just implement, you know, OpenADR, green button, hourly flex pricing from these guys, hourly, literally 2 standards for the dynamic rates, right? You can do it OpenADR 3.0. You can use the GridX integration. All of these things are communicating basically the same kind of data. So for example, why not just make share my data bidirectional? We're already getting interval data. It's all the same things. It's the ESPI field names. There's an API. Why we had to create another one, I don't know, but it's done. I don't think that's too hard. Cybersecurity, the issue is more the ability to work with different techniques. So as an MDMA, we're not, there's a part of this that we're not doing with the meters, right? We need the, and I think this is again where the silos come into play, that the meter comes with some sort of gateway device. We're very focused on what the meter can do, and then the gateway device tends to be something that the meter manufacturer provides, but we're responsible for. So we're saying, okay, well, do you have TLS? Do you have this? But that's after they were already approved as submeters, because that's not part of the submeter approval process. It's part of the MDMA process. So this is more of a gating factor. It's not that we can't do it. It's just what technologies will be eligible. Certification, that's a big one. So I don't know exactly where we stand. If we literally have to go out and sample all of these, you know, it's basically doubling the installation costs. So I did one of these at my house. My electrician, Joey, and I got it done in a couple of hours. It's not a big deal. But the truck roll for the sampling will cost just as much. So if Joey can come out with a meter, and he has the right kind, because it's not just his regular multimeter, and we can support him remotely, that will cost as much as the install. So I don't know what's going to happen with that. We are being cautious in how we contract for this because that cost may pop up. But that seems like something that could be addressed much more quickly and easily. Just on the NEM, that was not one of the things in the report. So that your key objection, there's, I don't know, 50 pages there of objections to NEM, and that was not one of them. So it's really hard to chase with you guys what the problem is. And that wasn't it. The problem that was stated was, well, we don't know what the solar's generating, excuse me, and what something else is generating. Well, guess what? With net metering, you actually never know. That's the idea of net metering. Everything that happens behind the meter happens, and then you have energy flow one way or the other. So it'd be great to know exactly what the issues are with NEM, because they're not, that's not what the CPUC made its decision on. So, did I miss anything?
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else?
Hey, Zach Wigan with BGIC. I think a really nice follow-up here on David's comments about NEM. Couldn't agree more. It's unclear what the real barrier is to enabling submetering for NEM customers. To the comment about the trust issue, definitely understand that there's sensitivity and, like, yes, these things are new. However, there is a standard in the NIST handbook for accuracy that's been adopted through the submetering protocol and the decision. And I think just philosophically, like, what's the point of standards and protocols and having approved submeters and the MDMA process if after all of that there still isn't reliability or trust in the equipment? Like, that's, I think, a bit challenging to really understand how we can set up all this infrastructure and then still not have that clear that bar of trust. And that's a pattern we've seen in other, I mean, like, we've seen this for like inverters, where it's like, we have an inverter standard, IEEE, UL, and then like Rule 21, and then even then there's still like, oh, you know, there's additional things that need to happen. It's just, you know, that's the whole point of the standards is it's standardized and it's tested and it moves through the submeter protocol, approved submeter, approved MDMA. Moreover, and also sort of to David's point, I think the risk is relatively low now that moving forward, net billing tariff is based on the avoided cost calculator, which says here's a avoided cost for a kilowatt hour. You know, it's not as if there's as significant as of a cost shift where you're getting full retail NEM. So some of these risks of sort of getting it wrong, again, sort of at a high level, are even lower than they ever have been because we're based on the ACC now. And that is maybe a good segue into my final point, which is the importance of enabling this for NEM customers. Not only, as was mentioned earlier, do you have a lot of overlap of adopters of new load management technologies and adopters of the last load management technology, meaning solar or clean and innovative technology. You know, as we think about bidirectional charging and the extent to which I think we'll hear tomorrow, there's a lot more technology available now than there used to be, and that space is maturing quickly. Being able to leverage your bidirectional charging equipment to participate in some sort of rate, like what's been proposed by Southern California Edison, although I want to caveat, not yet approved, but their vehicle-to-grid resource proposal in their general rate case, it does posit having a separate measurement that parses out the EV exports from the solar exports. And so that's very much in their proposal. And VGIC in our testimony, which you can find online, you know, we propose, hey, you can have a separate net generation output meter or NGEM that can meter that EV export, or you can have the submetering protocol be another option, right? And so it provides customers that optionality. So that's just yet another reason why it's really critical to unlock submetering for NEM customers or NBT customers, in addition to the existing non-NEM, non-NBT. Thanks, that's all. Or any follow-ups from ED or others?
So understanding NBT is like where the commission's going to be going with them, and maybe this is the best group to talk about NBT, NEM 1.0, 2.0, or yeah, 2.0. But, you know, the delay in moving all customers over to NBT, I think maybe this isn't what you're saying, but I think it is still like a legitimate question we should still be looking at to resolving to ensure those customers that are grandfathered into NEM 1.0, 2.0 are still able to participate, because what we've been hearing a lot has been those are the most, the energy nerds like us that want to be, participating in these types of programs. So the ones that are on NEM 2.0 are likely going to be the ones that are most excited about submetering too. So maybe this is me mischaracterizing what you're saying, but I think it is still something that we should be trying to resolve, because it is a big group of customers that potentially could be missing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the broader point, if I could maybe extrapolate a little bit from that, like we don't want to pit these things against each other. Like, we want grandfather NEM, we want new NBT, and we want folks to transition that, and we want folks on these compelling EV rates that are time varying and are designed to support the grid by shifting charging to periods where it is least cost, or maybe accomplish other goals if it's a program or a rate design for another purpose. So I think it's really about enabling like these different configurations and not making these customers who are innovative and are willing to take a jump into new technology, not making them have to choose between which technology or which strategy to engage in the grid, but saying, look, you can have it all. You can engage in your solar export compensation, and you can engage in this compelling EV rate. And even when V2G comes in, and as it is now coming into the picture with SCE's proposal and in their rate case, bringing in their bidirectional charging exports as well, and making sure they're all treated appropriately, and you don't have these, cost shifts or anything like that. Yeah. Okay, I've been talking a lot. I'm going to step away.
Thank you so much. Because of the time, I know maybe a lot of questions maybe still remain, but we need to move on to. Oh, sorry. Yeah, feel free.
Okay.
2 more minutes.
Sure. I'll try and be brief. Okay, so responding to several things at once. So regarding the data format question, I think we recognize that APIs would be preferable. We don't have an approved budget to build that out for submetering, and there would be complications with our billing system upgrade. So if we were to do something like that, it would need to be, to my understanding, approved by the commission, and it would take a lot of planning. It's not, that's not to say that we're not sophisticated, but our current systems are not set up that way for submetering. Regarding the NEM question, we have looked into it. Again, there are challenges with our current billing system, which is in the process of being upgraded, that we'd have to figure out. There's also some exceptions that would pop up if we were to make it work, that we'd have to figure out new policies and how we would deal with those. Again, we don't have budget allocated to do so. At the same time, I recognize that we don't want customers to be disadvantaged, and given our current infrastructure, there would be significant prioritization challenges in terms of what all of the technical and system level upgrades that we're going through right now. On the question of costs, so one way that I think we could reduce costs, especially for the MDMAs and for the customers, is to open the submetering protocol to alternative devices. Earlier I talked about, socket-style meters, smart circuit breakers. We have this potential with telematics. And so those are definitely worth looking into, and making the protocol more open to emerging technologies that could, offer the same type of solution, but at a much lower cost, would take a lot of the upfront cost out of the equation that in the business case that MDMAs have to build for themselves. In that same vein, I think that opening up the metering ownership potentially, and I'm not necessarily talking about like a traditional socket style meter, but maybe one of these newer style devices that I was talking about, could again take some of the onus off the MDMA to deal with that cost or to pass it on to the customer. But really, I think all of this bubbles up, everything we've been talking about today bubbles up to a question that I think we should be considering, maybe tomorrow at the VGI forum, or at least in the future, which is how can submetering and how does it need to fit into a managed charging experience that works well for customers, works well for utilities, and provides value for everybody? Can it be a catalyst for grid services? And to what extent is it a necessary component of VGI that I think we have, a pretty strong hypothesis that it is, and that this basic function set and billing capability that submetering will offer and that we're building out is incredibly important now and will be in the future. And so I think that's a really an overarching question that we should examine.
So thanks for that response. And if you don't have to answer, it's okay, but the question about the cost for upgrading the billing system, I believe the resolution, I can't remember the resolution approving the submetering implementation plans. The utilities were authorized to spend some costs if they proposed it to update the billing systems and implement submetering. Do you recall if PG&E proposed a specific cost? And if so, is that not sufficient to cover these, these costs that you're talking about now? Because it should be included in the scope of that work.
Are you talking about upgrading the billing system to support NEM?
If it falls under submetering, and if PG&E opened a memo account, and we don't need to get into the deliberative aspects of this, but I but C, this is falling under submetering and the costs being eligible to be recorded in the account.
So my understanding is that NEM was specifically excluded, and that our, and I wasn't here at the time, but
I'm sorry if it's like,
no, it's okay, but that our cost structure and the implementation plan that we submitted did not include costs for NEM.
Okay.
In building out that capability.
Got it. And sorry if I came across as like.
No, you didn't at all. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
We would like to continue this discussion. If you have any other comments or questions, we can extend the time of this.
Yeah, and also want to notice we do have a discussion about telematics too. If there is any questions or comments about telematics, we can, get in line and, we can keep this going.
Yeah, and Aaron with SoCal Edison, again, I'll be a little brief because I think a lot of the folks here have kind of echoed some of the things I wanted to say. And I think on the cost issue, and I'm not going to pretend to understand some of the data transference and the IT stuff, that is not my area of expertise, but I do think, I think some of the things that David mentioned, about sort of like, depending on the protocol, what can talk to what, how can they kind of match those communications, that's probably something we can work with pretty together. I think going back to something Ben said earlier in the day, which was, really taking a step back and thinking about where we want this to fit and like what we want submetering to do holistically as like a system. Again, something that the grid director said here earlier is like one of the ways that I think I mentioned that we struggle with, cost and, timelines in the MDMA approval process is really because we don't know how to commit resources to onboarding the MDMAs. Like, is it impacting 100 customers? Is it impacting 0, which is, the case today? Is it impacting 10,000 customers, 500,000 customers? If we kind of scope this out because we fully understand where it fits, because we've understood the cost, because we understand who it's going to go to, that lets us sort of say we need to allocate this many IT resources to kind of standardize these processes and standing it up. So that could be part of it. And I know admittedly we've had some challenges in our process a little bit. I know on a meter approval, I believe, grid director, we had some challenges. You had it was an embedded non-EVSE meter, which is that an accurate version? No, not external. External, yeah. Something we hadn't done before because it wasn't part of Charge Ready. So that was a little bit new process for us. So it kind of first time through we worked out. But I think, as I said earlier, we haven't had, at least to my knowledge, any MDMAs drop out of the process. I think the issue has been either not coming into it, maybe some of the, requirements that folks have mentioned here today, the meter, in-field meter testing and verification, like the meter walks, as they were saying, maybe said, hey, we don't want to be a part of this, but we haven't had anyone drop out of it. So I think it's taken some time, kind of 6 to 7 months to get folks approved, but that's longer than it should be, admit that. But I think I think getting a better sense of like what the scope is and like what we wanted to do and like what the valuation sits. I know Zach's mentioned, the kind of the EV specific rates are trying to open up that gap between the different time of use rates now. That is a much bigger discussion than just have here, because that gets into kind of the policy decision of are we continuing to, because there will certainly be, some in that space that will say, well, is that a continuing cost shift from one customer class to another? How does that fit in with everything else? But if we kind of look at that in big picture and where this fits in the tool to achieve that, well, then that helps both customers, MDMAs, utilities scope out like the impact to our systems, and I think like really streamlines this place, helps us find, where these become sort of a value add to other apps under integration rather than a standalone IoT cost. And I think those are things that we really need to see from this if we're going to make it be effective, is like, how does this have like a future and sort of like the 5, 10, 15-year pathway, like with the trajectory we're headed on with rates and, customer integration and demand flex and all those sorts of things. So that's just a general comment and kind of where I think we can work this together, is really taking that step back to say, like, what's the end state for this and where does it fit with the rest of the things we're trying to accomplish? So.
And not so much a question, but, as your next speakers or, next speakers coming up to the...
I want to go to telematics.
Yeah. But this is like this comment or question is kind of associated with that, is, mentioning that the direction the commission has been going and not knowing, don't work on CalFuse or the CalFlex proposal, but, the guidance was there that will have, agnostic rates that are reflective of the grid price at the time. So maybe this is like a loaded question, but does this put the aspect of submetering out there where we're trying to get customers to enroll in EV rates compared to the whole house rate? If we do move to this whole dynamic pricing structure based off grid conditions, is a value proposition for submetering and telematics too different, and it's more so of not billing purposes, but more so of reflecting when charging does occur for EVs. And if that's, you don't need to respond to that, but just throwing that out there.
Yeah, no, it's a great point. In the interest of time, because I know we want to get to telematics, I'm excited for that as well. I did just want to voice support for the idea of harmonizing the certification process with the CTEP process. I think that is a major way that we can reduce costs for MDMAs, especially for embedded submeters, because at least for us, and we're seeing that a lot of this is public charging, we have to go through the CTEP process anyway. And so if we can leverage that certification and just follow that process, it's already certified for revenue, like we're charging drivers based on that. And it means there's no incremental cost to that, and that's super valuable. So just wanted to say that.
Nancy Ryan, E-Mobility Advisors, representing Alliance for Automotive Innovation. And I might need you to restate your question, but I may be answering it with what I want to lead off with, which is to say that I want to go back to something Aaron said, which is, we don't really know what the objective is for submetering. Well, I want to propose an objective that I think is a broader overarching objective that I would encourage the commission to take up, which is to, embrace submetering as one means to get more customers, residential and C&I fleet operators, to enroll in and participate more actively in a variety of mass market EV rates and managed charging programs at the lowest possible cost, yielding, the biggest pie to split among the general body of ratepayers, the drivers and fleet operators who participate, and the providers of the enabling technology. So, I would suggest that should be the overarching goal. Now, Em, I think you were asking about the CalFuse dynamic pricing rates. So my understanding is that those are intended to be optional. I think we had a 20-year fight about just getting opt-out TOU in California, so I don't see us going beyond opt-in for those kind of rates anytime, and certainly in my lifetime and maybe even my kids' lifetime. But although I do think that generation is capable of understanding those rates, and even my parents' generation understood TOU plenty well. Anyway, given that we are seeing these as opt-in, why not make it that the customer can opt in part of their load? They don't have to opt in the whole house. Maybe they put their EV on it, and there's intelligence in the EV and, in the aggregators or, the OEM server that makes it possible to optimize that very big load against that rate. So I don't think that moving in the CalFuse direction necessarily precludes coming up with a solution to submetering. I'll take a look at your specific questions here in a sec, but I wanted to share another thought that kind of popped into my mind over the kind of up and out, in and out of my mind over the course of the day, which is that utilities have invested and are continuing to invest, it sounds like, in significant upgrades to their billing systems to be able to accommodate data generated based upon the current submetering protocol. And what we heard today was that, we've got sort of varying degrees of automation with varying extension lengths still in operation. And, we also heard from Zach and Matthias that there are numerous pilots of various kinds, I think at all three utilities, that involve partnerships with OEMs or third-party aggregators or VPPs. Really that I think implicate most of the major OEMs, where there's some, there's telematics data in play. It may be just being used for load management, but it strikes me that there is an opportunity here as a result of these partnerships to, begin to explore what are the properties of this data? How do they stack up against the data that we're collecting from the whole house? Can these billing system upgrades be done in a way that they're going to be forward compatible? Even if we never end up using that data, create the option to use it without having another, 5, 6, 7 year timeline. So I would, encourage you to think about that as well. Okay, now, you flashed these questions up really quickly before, so I'm going to take a quick look at them. I think the main reaction I had when I looked at these questions is that I want to turn them around consistent with the remarks that I made and say, you know, well, they're not standardized across OEMs, but again, from the OEM perspective, like the billing systems aren't, you know, standardized across the utilities. And, you know, can we get to the point where, you know, again, we build a bridge from both ends and, you know, and meet in the middle and say, well, okay, what do we need these systems to do? Give the OEM something to aim at, you know, and maybe also, you know, if we spend more time educating utilities and you all, their regulators, about what telematics systems can do, how those data can be adjusted, as happens today and was evaluated to some extent in the New York pilot, you know, where can we get closer to that ultimate goal of, you know, more enrollment, more participation, so, you know, actually responding to calls or prices, and lower costs. And how do we move towards standardization? And don't just put it all, you know, on the OEMs, but, you know, provide a target to aim at. So that's my general reaction there.
If I can put it on the OEMs right now.
What's that?
If I can put it on the OEMs right now.
Yeah.
You know,
well, no, it takes two.
Have you, in the working groups that you mentioned in your panel discussion, I believe you said 3 workshops that you had, or maybe more.
We had 3 forums earlier this year, right.
How much have the OEMs and other telematics providers come forward with, like, standardizing internal data, you know, communication or data set and processes with the utilities and said, this is what the industry, it's not standardized, but this is what the industry is looking at?
Oh, no, I think we're just getting started.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's a critical next step.
So if the utilities can jump up and maybe if there's anyone ready to, like, say if now is a good opportunity, or what else are you looking for from the OEMs to move forward with it? And thanks for that question, Nancy.
Once again, James McCloskey from SDG&E. So, can you repeat the questions? What related to, can the telematics providers put data in the same format?
So I think, and Nancy's point was that, you know, we're hearing from the utilities right now that you're doing IT upgrades to your billing systems to allow for submetering data to be, you know, read, and, you know, I'm not going to pretend I'm an expert, you know, this process, but essentially allow for submeter data to be used and processed through your billing systems.
Actually, this is more comments for OEMs that their data is not standard for all of them, but eventually they want to be same standard format for all the utilities. I mean, not all the utilities cannot just say, okay, this is from GM, this is from Ford, and they just make it separately. At the end of the day, they need the same format to receive the telematics. In your opinion, is there any gap that as a utility you would like to make data more clear for yourself from OEMs or telematics providers, or what they can do?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think I understand what you're both getting at.
And just to add on to that, sorry for the last thing I'll add, you know, as Nancy's saying, like, the timing seems, you know, great right now as these upgrades are being done. Do you have enough information from the OEMs to incorporate the ability for this to be done or accept it in the future?
So one way to think about it, at least from the utility perspective, or SDG&E's perspective, is third-party data is third-party data. It's kind of black box. So it doesn't necessarily, we don't necessarily, with the appropriate standards and certifications and everything, is the hardware is supposed to perform as it should. We don't necessarily know what the data processing that's happening at each of the companies or whatever the source is. As long as that data can come in and it's in the format that we've specified, which is for the interval data that we're expecting with the appropriate submeter identifier and the enrollment data that we need in order to set up the account, we can build, the SDG&E is able to build that today. There's not really, it doesn't know if the meter in the vehicle is different from the meter in the charger. Is that MDMA packaging it up and putting in the correct format so that it loads into our systems? So there's not a barrier there on, we need the OEMs to develop further. If they can put the data in the format, we can build with it. The barrier is it needs to be authorized and approved, and there may be certification requirements for the companies to attest that they believe that their data is accurate and should be used on utility bills, and everyone needs to come to agreement that that's okay. But it's not a data formatting or a data structure or anything like that. Or even it's arguably a little bit data quality, like is the data accurate? But otherwise, we can load and bill it.
Okay, so that's a good question. So, for example, this idea of future-proofing, for the future billing system, could that submeter data have a location? Because right now it doesn't, and to incorporate telematics, it doesn't have a location. So it's not just, are they putting it in the right format? It's, are you guys thinking what this might do in the future and building, not the current system, but the future. This would be getting to the future billing system and thinking, okay, in the future, a kilowatt hour may have a location that changes for that same account. So we should build this idea in that a record, right, an interval data record has a location. In that future.
Yeah, so for the folks that are called in, the question or the idea proposed is, will interval data have a location component? I believe right now the preference is that any geofencing or association of telematics data to a specific utility meter should be done by the MDMA. Like that decision of is the vehicle charging on the appropriate utility meter is upstream, out of sight, out of mind from the utility. If there was some future vision of a world in which the vehicle can charge anywhere and the utility just ubiquitously knows that where it is because it's the closest relative meter or something, we're not there yet. I don't think that's the direction we should go in. I think we really should push that verification that the association between the submeter, the meter in the vehicle to the utility meter is done outside of the utility, and we don't need the location data. We don't need to know that for billing. All we need to know is that they gave us the correct data. So hopefully maybe that's not what you wanted to hear, but
I think it's a no.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Zach Franklin with Grid Alternatives. I appreciate this conversation. I still feel like I'm in a country where I don't speak the language. I feel like I've learned a few words, but just one of the questions on the bigger list of questions was, I think at the bottom, which is like, to what end, like what are the sort of the market opportunities here? And as someone who knows very little about the technical stuff, but very much about that, just wanted to kind of elevate that, like, this could be a huge opportunity for basically the 3 million low-income renters in California who basically can't truly switch to an electric car today. Because what you really need for anyone, let alone if you're like very resource constrained, is the ability to have cheap and convenient home charging, right? And right now we're in a situation where kind of middle and upper income folks, mostly homeowners, have cheap and convenient home charging, and the folks who need that the most have the least access to it. And so to be able to have something that's sort of the equivalent of virtual net metering at a multifamily housing site, where you can have a shared infrastructure for charging, but ultimately be able to kind of go directly to a tenant's bill, have residential rates, have any low income rates that they're already on directly and automatically applied as if they were able to charge at home on a low income rate, that's a game changer, and that's a game changer for a lot of ratepayers, for a lot of Californians. And a lot of those folks are basically not looking to switch to an EV right now because it doesn't make sense. So to the extent that there's a big pot of gold at the end of the rainbow for working through all these challenges, I just wanted to elevate that one in particular.
So John Holmes, Honda. One last time at the podium here to capture a couple of the points. A lot of the stuff that I said this morning should be actually relevant to this section. So I'll ask for the record to kind of sift through those comments from this morning. What has not been mentioned today is tapping into the avoided cost calculator to put money on the table for MDMA. A lot of machinations as to how you actually rationalize that. That's something that needs to be discussed. There are dropouts in data. As an OEM, I can attest to the fact that our telematics is not perfect. And, you know, I think this is probably true with metering technologies as well. The mesh network is intended to be reliable, but it's also imperfect. So I think in general, when we look at this question of telematics versus, you know, non-telematics approaches for submetering, there are arguments on each side of that fence that attest to dropouts. And then finally, I would suggest that, you know, as I'm going to put my BGIC hat on because I am chair, And of the 41 members we have, a majority of them are not EVSE manufacturers, are not OEMs, but are EVSPs or entities that are coordinating aggregation. The history of demand response in California has been tremendous, right? It's a third-party service the utility defends as necessary in order for that communications to be effective. The same kind of thing can be done with aggregators for VGI. Putting them in the middle between the customer and the utility, the aggregator is beholden to both as you know, subscriber and vendor to being responsible and assuring high quality data is provided in both directions. And so I think that there's a lot of value investing a topology around intelligent VGI where the aggregator becomes an ambassador that's self-policed because it has to report to the customer as well as to the utility, and then they compete across each other. So you think about the cell phone wars about how many minutes you sold, right? So that self-competitive solution, allowing aggregators to compete, helps to normalize a market success. Thanks.
No questions from visual participants. As we move to telematics, does anyone want to talk about the challenges identified as telematics? Or also we have two more questions. As the outstanding questions, we have the first one: how can the telematics industry resolve the concerns around self-certification process and data accuracy, because they don't have any third party or another stakeholder out of them? The second question is about what's your thoughts on privacy concern of the third party having access to EV telematics information? If you have any comments of this, we would be happy to hear you.
I'm happy to start. For the record, is this for the record? Matthias Bowe with We've Read. On the first question, this is specific to California, but it's national and global. I think that the industry is addressing these concerns about data and accuracy. Like I said earlier, we are working with many automakers to improve the data accuracy, building out a true data spec that's not designed for cars to be cars, but cars to be energy resources, and over time for the data specs to meet grid standards like IEEE 2030.5. On that second bit, it's really important. It's why the platforms need to be secure. US SOC 2 Type 2 type certifications are very important, and again, that's why a lot of my comments are focused on authorization too. Customers need to know that they're relying on an integration that the OEM is behind, and I think that's really important for building that trust and doing it securely over time as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that Matthias just said, and just to add one point on your first question, self-certification is nothing new. In fact, it's pretty common in the auto industry for the standards promulgated by the Society of Automotive Engineers and the NHTSA, National Highway Traffic Safety Administration standards. And there, there's, the solution and generically is, auditing, testing, evaluation, and, penalties for non-compliance. So, this is not unique to telematics, and there are generic solutions that can be adapted for these particular circumstances. My only other addition to what Matthias added on question number 2 is informed consent. I mean, there are plenty of programs today that utilities run where customers share their data with a third party. There's green button, for example, where you share your billing data. And the key is genuinely informed consent with all those other guardrails around cybersecurity and, actual, follow through on protecting people's confidentiality. Thanks.
Awesome. Does anyone else?
I'll just read a comment from Philip Kopernik from PCE. I just want to reiterate, he fully supports Grid Alternatives' comment about addressing the submetering and charging needs of MUD customers. So yeah, sorry, Philip, I'm not going to read your whole comment. It's just very emphasizing the need for, or emphasizing the benefits of smart outlets and the ability for PCE to fund a project with over 200 smart outlets at rental properties to allow for these MUD customers to submeter. So yeah, there is a need and opportunities out there that the commission should be considering to address this barrier to a huge customer base that, yeah.
Thank you a lot. As the next slide, we have our last slide. As we wrap up today, I would like to go over a few next steps that we have. First, in CPUC, under the Decision 22-08024, Energy Division may propose updates of PEV submetering protocol based on what we have learned today and in the future. If appropriate, those updates would be issued through a formal resolution for the Commission to review. Next, we are asking IAUs to submit a report of this workshop, the summary report, and please submit your response to the outstanding question that I've sent before, as much as detail that you can, and it can help us through the decision making and writing the resolution. And finally, we strongly encourage other stakeholders, including MDMAs and OEMs, to involve in telematics and submetering implementation plans and share the responses to outstanding questions as I shared to them before. And I want to appreciate you for your time, for your, a lot of people coming from other cities. I really want to appreciate your time and your engagements. We had a fantastic panelist today and fantastic engagement. And please feel free to send any question or comments you have. Also, you can feel free to send it to my emails after the workshop. Yeah. I don't think so. We have. No. From the stakeholders or from IAUs? Not necessarily. I don't want to tie these two together, but we don't have a time. I don't have a timeline up on my mind now.
Yeah.
But
Nancy,
like
let's follow up.
1 month, something like this.
A workshop, there was an ALJ ruling issuing, requiring a workshop report. Yeah. There was a ruling from Judge Poirier. If we can find the exact date on it, but we'll follow up with further directions on the comments too.
There was an email last week or 2 weeks ago, has been sent to service list about it. About submitting the report of the summary report of the workshop to IAUs.
It was sent April 2nd by Judge Poirier. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
Shiva will send the slides out after today, and we'll also be working on updating our website to make sure all the information here, the slides are recording, are posted on the website too. Yes, we can. At the most, it was 80. Yeah.
Much more than in-person attendance, yeah. Thank you for your engagement. It was more than my expectations for the discussion panel specifically.